So, you want to be a web developer, but you're a bit overwhelmed with, well, everything. And that's perfectly understandable because most of us have been in your shoes. Hi there, I am Jeremy McPeak, and in this course I will help you understand the things that you need to know to get started as a web developer. We'll start this course by discussing the tools you'll need not just for this course, but for web development in general. We live in a fantastic time where tools are plentiful, and it can actually be difficult to find the tools that we love to use. Next, I will give you an overview of how the internet works. There are a lot of technologies that work behind the scenes to make it function. I'll then introduce you to HTML and CSS and teach you the fundamentals of each language so that you can mark up your pages and style them. Then we'll dive into some JavaScript. Now, JavaScript itself is a huge topic, and there's a few things that I've picked out that you just need to know. And you will learn those key concepts so that you can get started using it in your pages. After that, we'll jump into PHP, and you'll learn how to write code that executes on the server so that you can accept user input and process data. We have a ton of ground to cover, so when you're ready, cue up the next video and we will get started. Before we begin, let's very briefly go over what you will need not just to follow along in this course, but for web development in general. Now, there are a ton of tools, and many developers use a lot of these tools on a daily basis. And we aren't going to talk about 99% of them because, well, they just add a lot more complexity. And you're just starting out. There's no need to bog you down with a ton of command line tools because you will eventually get there. Right now, I want to focus on the core technologies of just developing applications, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, all of that wonderful stuff. So we're going to just start with the basic utilities, and then you can go from there. So the first thing you need probably goes without saying. You need a web browser. And in today's day and age, there are just really two camps. There are those that are based upon Google Chrome, and then those that aren't. And that's primarily Firefox. And it really doesn't matter what browser you choose because they are all very good browsers. And especially if you choose one that's based upon Google Chrome, well, they're all going to render everything the same. So that would be, of course, Chrome, Opera, which nobody uses, Microsoft Edge, and there are many other. Brave is another one. But then there's also Firefox. So you can choose whichever one that you want to use because they are all going to work just fine. Now, I'm going to be using Google Chrome some. I will also be switching to the new Microsoft Edge, which is also based upon Chrome. So use whichever one that you like, just don't use Internet Explorer or use the old Microsoft Edge if you're on Windows. So the next thing you need is a code editor. Now, every operating system comes with a built-in text editor, and that would be fine because all we are doing is writing text. However, I don't recommend that you use whatever comes with your operating system because there are many features that a code editor has that just a normal text editor doesn't. So let's briefly go over a few of those. One is called Brackets, and the website is brackets.io, and that's kind of interesting that it doesn't switch to HTTPS, but that's neither here nor there. Now, Brackets is a little interesting because it has a built-in web server. So a lot of the things that we need to do require a web server. So it's nice that one is built in. You don't have to download anything extra. And to start with, we are going to be using Brackets. It is a nice editor to have, and it works very well. It is cross-platform, so feel free to download and install that. But if not, there are other tools available. One of them is Microsoft's Visual Studio Code. Just do a search for VS Code, and this is also cross-platform. Now, when it comes to JavaScript, and whenever we start focusing on JavaScript, I am going to switch to Visual Studio Code because, well, this is the best tool for working with JavaScript. And one of the great things about this is that it is extensible. There are a ton of extensions, and one of those is a web server, which we will also install later on. Now, you don't have to use Visual Studio Code, but I do recommend it for at least for JavaScript. Now, there's another code editor called Sublime, and this is not a free utility. Brackets and Visual Studio Code are free. Sublime Text is not. So there's nothing wrong with Sublime Text. I have used it before. It is a nice code editor. But for me personally, I never found the value in paying for Sublime Text because I could get almost all of the other features in a freely available solution. But other people love Sublime Text, so there's nothing wrong with that. They do have a trial, so if you want to try it, go for it. Every one of these code editors work very well, and I can't really say anything bad about any of them. So whichever one you choose, great, it's going to work. The most important thing is that you pick the tool that works best for you. And so now that we have all of that out of the way, let's get started learning how to be a web developer. The internet is a conglomeration of many technologies that work together. And later in this course, we're going to look at 3 of those in more detail: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. These are languages that we use to create web pages and use them as the front end for our web applications. But before we get into that, let's first dig into some of the more technical aspects of the internet, starting with what is the internet? Well, really, it's just one gigantic network, and I guess it would be more correct to say that it is a network of networks. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, I am sitting in front of a computer in my home on my own personal network. So I have this computer and I have a few others and devices so that they can all talk to one another. And they are protected from any outside interference due to my router, because it has a built-in firewall, and it blocks any time anybody tries to intrude onto my personal network. However, all of my devices need to get out to the internet for some reason. They need to go to websites or contact services or things like that. So in order to do that, they have to go through the router, which is our gateway. They go through the router, and then that traffic is just sent wherever it needs to go. So the router is a piece of equipment that essentially joins one network with another. So really, my personal network is on the internet. If it didn't actively block people from just intruding, then people would be able to access the computers and devices that I have on my network. Now, in order to get onto a network, you need to have what's called an IP address. It is a unique number that is assigned to each computer and device on a given network. So I don't know how many devices, and each one has an IP address, and they are all unique. Otherwise, they would not be able to get onto, first of all, the network and contact the other computers and devices, and they also would not be able to get out onto the internet. So I'm going to run a command called ipconfig. On Windows, this shows the IP configuration. Now, IP stands for Internet Protocol. And what I want to focus on is this IPv4 address. We have 2 types of IP addresses. We have IP4 and IP6. IP4 is an older addressing scheme. However, it is still used, especially with internal networks. And then IP6 is a newer IP scheme that is a lot more complex than IP4. Now, you can see here that my IP address for this machine is 192.168.0.114. Each of these numbers that are separated by dots are called octets. And if another computer or device on my network wanted to contact this machine, it would do so by sending information to this IP address. And if this machine wants to get out onto the internet, it has to go through this default gateway, that is my router, and that is 192.168.0.220. Now up here you can see IPv6, and you see that there are colons, and then there are hexadecimal values in between the colons. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets of hexadecimal numbers. So it is much more complex, but it also allows for a lot of devices and computers on the network. Right now, the internet uses IP6. Although it still uses IP4, IP6 is the new standard. So everything on a network has to have an IP address. Otherwise, you would not be able to access that computer or device. For example, we are going to ping, that is, we are going to send a packet of data to a computer on the internet. So this is not going to be on my internal network. The IP address is 216.58.218.142. Now, whenever you ping something, you're basically wanting to check if you can access that resource. It could be a computer, it could be a router, it could be some other network appliance. So by sending a ping, we are essentially wondering if something is there. So that packet of data is going to be sent to that IP address. If there is something there, it is going to see that we are pinging it, and it is going to send a response saying, yeah, I'm here. And so it will do that 4 times. And we see that we have 4 replies. We also see the amount of time it took for the ping to go from our computer to the computer at this IP address and then back. So this was 34 milliseconds for the first ping, 40 milliseconds for the second, 36 for the third, and then 38 for the fourth. And that's pretty fast. Now this actually happens to be a website, but not every IP address that's on the internet will take you to a website. That just means that there is something at that IP address. It could be listening for people wanting to view a web page, or it could be something more specific. It could be listening as a web service, so that like a mobile app could send data to an IP address, and the computer at that IP address would be looking for something specific in order to respond to it. But in our case, we're going to go to the browser, we're going to type 216.58.218.142, and we are going to see that it takes us to google.com. So we can type in that IP address and go to Google, and that would work. I mean, obviously it does work. However, we don't want to have to memorize an IP address. That's something that we just don't want to do, especially with IP6 addresses. So instead, we have domain names, like google.com is a domain name. And that means that there has to be a system that maps a domain name to the IP address. So if we go back to the console, and if we type ping google.com, we're going to see that it goes to the same IP address. But in order to find the IP address for google.com, it had to look up to a gigantic database of domain names and their IP addresses. That's called DNS. It stands for Domain Name System. So whenever you want to go to any website, your computer has to first contact what's called a DNS server. The purpose of this server is to give your computer the IP address for the domain that you are wanting to access. And then your computer can then go to that IP address. So I'm going to go back to my console, and I'm going to run ipconfig again, but I'm going to use the all option. This is going to list all of the settings for my IP configuration. What I want to focus on is the list of DNS servers. Now, I have several. The first is one on my local network, but then I have 2 others, and these are supplied by my ISP. And yours would be very similar to this. You probably wouldn't have a DNS on your local network. Well, you might. It just really depends upon how your network is set up. But you would definitely have the DNS servers for your ISP. Those servers will give you the IP address for that domain, and then your computer will go to that IP address. But how is DNS configured? Well, that really depends as well. I use a service called DNS Simple because DNS can be a rather complex topic, and DNS Simple just makes it easy to do. There are several records for DNS, and we're not going to really go over any of those. But here is a record of type A, and we can see that the name is McPeak.io, and then the IP address is 213.101.180.75. Now, this is one of those IP addresses that will not take us to the actual website. If we go here, we see that we have an error. And the reason is because of how Azure, which is Microsoft's cloud service, handles websites. But if we go to McPeak.io, it's going to look somewhat similar, but this is actually the page for McPeak.io. I haven't done anything with this domain, but this is active and it does work. So for the DNS of my domain, I had to link the domain name to the IP address. And there's a few other things that I had to set up for Azure's service. So that is how our computers get to resources that are out on the internet. More specifically, they are how they get to the computers that are serving websites. And in the next lesson, we're going to look at web servers and how they work. In this lesson, I want you to open up a browser and go to any website. I am going to open up Microsoft Edge and use it for the first few minutes because Google Chrome eliminates some of the things from the address bar that I want to point out here. Now, if you're like me, you typically don't do a search and then pick whatever website that you want to go to if you know what that website is. Like if I want to go to tutsplus.com, I just type www.tutsplus.com and then that takes me there. Now, in the previous lesson, we learned about DNS, where the domain name is translated into an IP address so that our computer can then go to wherever it needs to go. And all of that is related to the internet. Well, in this lesson, we're going to focus on the web-centric technologies. Now, a lot of people will say that the internet and the web are one and the same, but really they're not. The internet is just a network. We can put computers and devices all on the internet, and we can access them without going to an actual web page. The web, on the other hand, is nothing but web pages. Well, that's not correct. There are other what we call resources. Now, that is a key term, because what we see here, this entire thing in the address bar, is called a Universal Resource Locator, or URL. It is simply an address that we use to go to a resource on the web. Now, what is a resource? It can be a web page, it can be an image, or some other type of file. It's really anything that we can access using HTTP. That stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. And every website that you go to uses HTTP. That is what the web runs on. Now, there's also a secure version of HTTP called HTTPS, and some websites do force you to use that. Google.com is one. If we go to google.com, we should see HTTPS. Well, we don't here until we actually click on the address, and there that is. Now, the reason why I wanted to use Edge first is because Google hides some of this information from you. And I can understand why, because by this day and age, we don't need to know HTTP and all of that stuff as far as a URL is concerned, because that is the default. If it's on the web, it uses HTTP. But you can notice that all we see here is tutsplus.com. And if we go to google.com, we will see HTTPS. But the reason why we see this is because it's not standard HTTP. It is the secure version of HTTP. So if everything on the web is a resource, that means that there has to be something on the other end of the line that is what we call serving a resource. And that is what a web server does. It sits on the internet and it's listening for what we call HTTP requests. Anytime that we try to go to a website, we are sending an HTTP request to the server of that website. So at tutsplus.com, there is a server listening for requests, and it will send a response back saying either it can or it can't serve that request. The reason why it might not be able to is because whatever we requested doesn't exist, or it could be that the program or the application that's running on the server encountered an error. Now, we can actually see the requests that are being made. If you press F12, this is going to pull up the developer tools in Chrome. You will want to go to the Network tab, and then you will want to refresh the page. And we are going to see a lot of requests. In fact, we see 47 requests. Now, the reason why we see so many is because inside of this web page at tutsplus.com, it is using resources. So the browser downloads the web page for tutsplus.com. It then sees that it needs to download all of these other resources. So it does so. And it tells us whether or not it was successful in doing that. It also tells us what type of request was made because there are different types. Now, we're not going to go into the different types, but you can see here that all of these are GET requests. That means that we are wanting to get a resource. So then there's this status that says 200. Now 200 means that everything is okay. So the browser sent a request to tutsplus.com. Tutsplus.com responded saying that I found whatever it is that you are requesting. Here it is. And so we have 200. Now you can see that there are also status numbers of 304. This means that it was not modified since the last time that we made a request for that resource. And if something goes wrong, like if we made a request for something that doesn't exist, then the status would be 404. Or if the program that's running on the web server encountered an error, then we would see a status of 500. Now, there's a lot of other information that goes on with each individual request. If you click on tutsplus.com here, we see what are called headers. This is part of HTTP. Whenever a request is made, this header information is sent with that request. So we see what the request URL is. We are requesting http://tutsplus.com. We are making a GET request, meaning that we are wanting to get that resource. And the response from the server is 200. Everything is okay. And if we scroll down, we can see what the server actually sent for its headers. And there's a lot of header information there. So you would be correct to say that the web, and HTTP specifically, is a client-server paradigm. Our client is our browser. It sends a request to the server, and the server sends a response. Either it contains what we requested, or it contains information as to why the server couldn't give us what we requested. Now, this is why I chose brackets for this course. It has a built-in web server. So whenever we run our page, we will be making a request to a server that is on our computer. And that is very helpful when you want to run and debug your pages. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is the language that we use to, well, mark up our documents. And that is the terminology that we use. We are working with HTML documents. Yes, they are web pages, but technically, they are documents. So you can think of it like a document that you would edit within a word processor. All of the markup is still there, it's just usually hidden from you. And it's a different type of markup, it's not HTML. But whenever you set certain text as a heading, or you bold something, or italicize it, or change the font size, you are marking up that document. And the same is true for HTML. So while this document that I have open here has some structure to it, whenever we view this in the browser in a few moments, we're going to see that all of the structure is gone because it is not marked up. But before we do that, let's briefly go over brackets, because this is the first lesson where we are actually working with this code editor. So with brackets, the idea is that you are working with a project, and a project is basically all of the folders and files inside of another folder. So if we go to my documents, and I have a folder called webdev, and this is where I'm going to put all of the source files for this course, and then I have another folder called HTML primer. That is the project for this lesson. So if we go inside of this folder, we see that I just have this index.html. And if I had other files, they would of course be listed here. So whenever I opened up brackets, I went to File, Open Folder, and then I navigated to the HTML primer folder, because this is the project that I want to work with inside of brackets. So whenever I selected that folder, we see up here HTML primer, that's the name of this project, and then all of the files inside of this folder. And that is just this one file called index.html. Now, if I go back and open up the webdev folder, then we're going to see that things change. Webdev is now the project. And then inside of that is a folder called HTML primer. And we know that it's a folder because you can expand it and see the other files that are inside of there. But I'm going to change this back to open folder and then HTML primer. And then once you open up your folder, you can go to File, New, and then you would create a new document, just save it, and then name it. In this case, I called it index.html, and you should do the same. So create that file, and then you will have something that you can start with for this lesson. Now, this file is going to be available in the code download. So feel free to download it and use that if you want to. I don't expect you to write all of this. Most of this is just lorem ipsum text. Now, the HTML extension is very important. That tells the operating system what to do with the file. It also tells the web server what to do with the file. If it sees that it needs to serve an HTML file, then it knows how to do that. The extension also tells the code editor how to display the text here. Now, right now, all we see is just plain text, and that's because we don't have any HTML in this file. But whenever we start adding HTML, you will see the difference between HTML and just normal text, because brackets will know how to color code the HTML. So before we get into that, let's go ahead and go over to this lightning bolt in the top right corner. If you click on that, that's going to fire up the live preview so that we can see this document in the browser. Now notice that all of the text is jumbled together. And if we view the source code of this web page, we're going to see that we still have the formatting here. But here's the thing. Without any HTML, the browser is just going to take all of the text and it's going to replace all of the white space with just a single space. So all of these line breaks, it removed and replaced it with just a single space. That's why we have this jumbled mess of text. So what we are going to do is add markup so that the browser will know how to display our document. So let's go back to our code editor, and we're going to start with the headings because there are some things inside of this text that stick out as headings. First is this introduction to web development that could also serve as the title for this document. Then there is what you need, and then tips to achieve greatness. So as we are marking up this document, we can think of this introduction to web development as a large size heading. And then for what you need, and then for tips to achieve greatness, then we would have smaller size headings. So that introduction to web development is the most important heading. So we'll start by adding what are called opening and closing tags. That is what we have in HTML. A tag begins with a less than sign, and then there is specific names for the tags. Now for headings, we have H1, and then H2, and we can see from this code completion window here that we have several options. We have H1, that is the highest or the largest In the previous lesson, we marked up a very simple document using heading and paragraph elements, and when we viewed it in the browser, we saw how drastic of a difference it is between a document that is not marked up with a document that is marked up. Now, the interesting thing is that our HTML document is what we call invalid. It's missing some very important things. And this is interesting because even though it is an invalid document, we see that the browser still renders it. Now, there's a whole history as to why this takes place. But all you need to know is that the browser is going to take your HTML, be it a valid or an invalid document, and it is going to try to render that document. Now, we should always strive to create valid documents, because valid documents means that our document is going to work, or at least it should work the same in any browser. And that is what we want to achieve. So in this lesson, we are going to take our invalid document and we are going to make it valid. The first thing we need is a document type declaration. This essentially tells any machine or program that's going to load or read our HTML document that it is an HTML document. So on the first line, we're going to add an open angle bracket or a less than sign, whatever you want to call it, followed by an exclamation point, and then the term doc type, DOCTYPE, and then a space, and then HTML, and then a closing angle bracket. So we have what looks like an opening tag for an element, but it is not. This is a processing instruction that says that the doc type, or rather the document type, is HTML. So we have our doc type. The next thing we need is the HTML element. This is what we call the root element. This is what is going to contain everything else within the document. And an HTML document has a root element called HTML. So eventually we're going to take all of our content here and we are going to put it inside of the HTML element. But there's a couple of other things that we need to do. First, we need to add an element called head. This is inside of the HTML document because an HTML document is divided into two parts. We have the head and then we have the body. Now, the head is not the header, at least as you would think visually. You know, if we go to a website, let's try Amazon.com. You know, usually the header of a website is here at the top. So what we see in this dark gray area would be considered the header. This is not what I am talking about with this head element. What is contained inside of the head element is header information about the document. So we would have a title for our document. And in this case, we could use what we have for this H1 element, Introduction to Web Development. So this could be the title of the document. And so anything that opens up this HTML document for rendering or for other purposes, it would know that the title is what we have specified here. We can also add other metadata. In fact, there is an element called meta, and you can add a variety of other pieces of information. We can also add our styles here. We can also add JavaScript here as well, but we're going to refrain from doing that. We are just going to have a title inside of the head element. So we have head and then the body. Now the body is where the content of the document is going to be contained. So that is everything else that we have. So we want to take all of this, let's cut it, and let's paste it inside of the body element. So we have essentially said that all of this is the body of our document. And so we end up with a document that is highly structured. An HTML document is a document made up of multiple elements, and those elements can be contained inside of other elements. So I'm just going to structure all of this, at least visually, so that if we were to open up this document in some other editor, then based upon the white space, we could tell what is contained inside of other elements. So for example, the head element is very noticeably inside of the HTML element. Now we can get rid of the tabs and it's not going to affect how it is viewed within the browser. But from a code standpoint, we want all of this white space. It just makes things a little easier to read. So as we scroll down, we can see that all of these P elements and the H3 elements, they are all contained inside of body. Now, if they were not inside of body, then we would have an invalid document, because the body is where all of this stuff is contained. While you can put this H1 inside of the head element, that is invalid. Now, if we go to the browser and refresh, we're not going to notice really anything different here. Now, we see this document does look different. In fact, we see that we have essentially two of the same document that we had before. The reason is because it is updating as we update our document in brackets. So if we refresh, then we see what we saw before. But it looks almost the same. There's a slight little difference as far as the styling is concerned, but that's not very noticeable because it's padding and margins and things like that. And we will talk about all of that whenever we start talking about styling. So now that we have a valid document, we can start adding more elements to it. Because for right now, we've just used H1, H3, and P elements. But there are a lot of other elements that we can use in an HTML document. And we will look at some of those in the next lesson. HTML has a lot of elements, and you can place those elements in a variety of different categories. But in this lesson, I'm going to focus on just two categories. We have what are called semantic elements, and then we have more generic elements. But first, what do I mean by semantic elements? Well, these are elements that, by their very name or their definition, they have some specific purpose, so that whenever we see them in an HTML document, we know what that is used for. Like, for example, in our document, we have H1, H3, and P elements. These are all semantic elements because they are used for very specific purposes. So whenever we see an H1 element, we know that whatever is inside of the opening and closing H1 tags, we know that that is a heading. The same is true for an H3 element. And because we have different levels of headings, we also know the importance of those headings. So just by looking at our HTML, we can point out and say, there's a heading, and down here is another heading. Well, the same can be applied to P elements. That means paragraph. But what is a paragraph? Well, it contains content. So we can say the same thing, that anything inside of an opening and closing P tag is content. And that is more the body, or rather the main content that we are concerned with within the document. So in this particular document, we can look at all of the P elements and we can know that this is main content, this is main content, and this is main content. Now, that isn't always going to be the case, because there are some elements that are more generic, and we can use them for just about anything that we want. Now, we want to use them only in times when there's not already an element for that specific purpose. Like, for example, one of the generic elements is called div, just D-I-V. It stands for division. And basically, you are dividing a document into different sections. So if we wanted to have a sidebar, we could do that, and we could specify a sidebar with a div element. And then if we wanted to have the main content inside of another div element, we could do that. So in fact, let's do that. I'm going to move these div elements to the top of the body. I'm going to take all of the main content that we have and put it inside of this other div element. Now, the problem with just using div elements is that they are not semantic. We don't know what these div elements are for. Now, we know right now that this div element contains all of the content for this document, so we could guess that this is for the main content. But with something like a div element, we want something specific. We want to say that, okay, this div element is for the main content, this div element is for the sidebar, so that when anybody else is looking at our document, they know what it is. And it's not just for other people. As you will soon find out, whenever you write a web page and you just leave it alone, you come back 6 months later, you will have no idea what you did inside of that document. So we can give some semantics to our div elements by using attributes. And there's a couple of attributes that we can use, but in this lesson, I'm going to introduce you to an attribute called ID. Now, first of all, what is an attribute? Well, it just adds information to an element. And an attribute goes inside of the opening tag, and you can have a variety of different other attributes. So there's this ID attribute here. We have an equal sign and then a pair of quotes. Now, you don't have to have the quotes, but I like to have the quotes. And then if we wanted to have another attribute, let's find one here in this list. And this isn't a complete list. This is just what Brackets thinks that we can use here. One of them is class, and we will talk about class whenever we start adding style. So we have an ID attribute and we have a class attribute, but right now they don't have any values assigned to them. But you can have multiple attributes here, and that's what I wanted to show you for right now. But let's get rid of class. We're going to stick with ID. Now, this is a unique identifier. This is a way that we could eventually find this div element based upon the value that we have with the ID. So this needs to be unique, and we can say that, okay, this is sidebar. And then we will give another ID attribute to this other div element that says main-content. Now you can have dashes, you can have underscores, or you can have nothing and just one string. I like to break mine up so that we can see that this is main content and that this is sidebar. Although we could argue that it is side-bar, I'm just going to stick with sidebar. Okay, so we have essentially two sections within our document. And if we look at this in the browser, right now we're still just going to see kind of what we saw before. It looks like that nothing else changed. However, let's add some content to our sidebar. Let's just have this is the sidebar. And we're going to see that this will change. Oh, there it is right there. This is the sidebar that appears above where we have the main content. Now, a sidebar should be on the side, and the main content should be next to the sidebar. And throughout this lesson, and probably the next one, we're not going to see that, because that is achieved with CSS. But as far as our markup is concerned, this is perfectly fine, and this is more of what we would want to do. But in a sidebar, we would have more content that isn't really pertaining to this particular document, but it would be something that would be used site-wide, like a navigation pane. And a navigation pane is just a list of links. So we have a semantic element for displaying a list. In fact, we have two of them. We have what are called unordered lists, and then we have an ordered list. The only difference between the two is that an unordered list has bullet points. So that could be a little circle or some other type of glyph, but an ordered list has numbers instead of bullets. Since this is going to be a list of links, we're going to use the unordered list, and that is simply UL. And this is a semantic element. Whenever you see UL, you know that it is a list of things. Because what is contained inside of a list, be it an unordered list or an ordered list, is a bunch of list items. This too is a semantic element. It's simply LI, and then we would have our link. Now we're not going to have actual links yet because we don't have any other documents. But we could have something like home, and then let's have another item here. That would be article, which would be this document that we are looking at. So if we go back to the browser and refresh, we now have our list of soon-to-be links and then our main content. And while the browser is rendering this all as just one big large chunk of text, our markup is where it is all separated. And that is very important because whenever we come in and add style, we will be adding that style based upon the markup that we have. So we want to divide our web pages into the different distinct sections so that we can style them. Now, there's one other generic element that I want to point out. We have div, the other is called span. And the two are somewhat similar in that they are used to contain content or a bunch of different content. But the big difference between a div element and a span element is that a div element is what we call a block level element, whereas a span is what we call inline. And that is something too that we are going to be working with more whenever we get into CSS. But I can demonstrate what these types of elements are. If you right-click on anything within the browser, I'm going to do so on this H1 element. Let's go to Inspect Element. And then this is going to pull up the developer tools for Chrome. Now, we want to go over to Elements, and this shows all of the HTML as it is rendered here in the page. This is not like viewing source. Viewing source is viewing the actual HTML, although we can see that brackets is injecting some attributes into these elements. But what we have here in the developer tools is as it is actually rendered within the page. So you can see here we have two div elements. And if you hover your mouse over these two elements, it highlights it within the page. So first we have that first div element for the sidebar, and you can see up at the top that it is just a block. And then the next div element is another block, but it is underneath the first div element. So whatever is inside of a div element by default is basically on a new line. So in that sense, it's a lot like a paragraph, but it's more for structural purposes as opposed to just content. And then if we drill down in this second div element and into the first P element, that's where we put that span, here we see that span. And in this case, it's on ipsum, but the text is still on the same line. So this is what I mean that it is an inline element. It doesn't put the content on a different line. It just keeps it in line as it already is. And this is useful when you want to supply style to individual things within the text. That is something else that we will be looking at in a later lesson. So in this lesson, I introduced some very important concepts. The first is that we have semantic HTML, and then we have more generic HTML. We also talked about attributes, and more specifically, the ID attribute. An ID attribute is a way that you can provide a unique identifier for a given element. And you can use an ID attribute on just about any element. We talked about div elements and span elements, how they are used to add structure to our document. And we briefly discussed the difference between a block level element and an inline element. Well, we could spend a lot of time talking about HTML, the different elements that they have, the different attributes, but we need to get moving on into style. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how you can add style to your document so that you can style your elements. By itself, HTML is very limited when it comes to changing or adding style to our documents. And really, we wouldn't want to use HTML anyway, because we've been there. In older versions of HTML, we had elements that we could use to change the font, such as the font style, the size, the color. We could also do some other things, and it was a nightmare. So we have learned from our mistakes. We don't use HTML to do anything as far as styling is concerned. And I'm not going to go into the whole history of that because it's really irrelevant. We use a language called CSS, and that's really all that you need to know. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and it allows us to completely separate our markup, which is what we have here, from our style. And that's really what we want. Now, we can add style using CSS in 3 different ways. Really, one of those is the best way, but I'm going to show you all 3. The first is what we really don't want to do, unless if we are prototyping something, because it's really easy to get started with. And that is by simply adding a style attribute to our element, and we can use this attribute on just about any element. So I'm adding this style attribute to the body. So this means that whatever I specify inside of this style attribute is going to be applied to everything within the body. And I am going to change the color. Right now it defaults to black. I'm going to change it to blue. So I have color followed by a colon and then the value for color. Now, in CSS terminology, we have color, which is the property, and then we have the value for that property. And instead of using an equal sign, we use a colon. So let's save this. Let's go to the browser, and we are going to refresh, and we see that the color of the text changes to blue. Now, we are not limited to having just one property inside of the style attribute. We can use a semicolon after that, and then we just define another property. There's one called text-decoration, and we're going to say underline. And I'm going to go ahead and end that with a semicolon so that if we ever decided to add something else to the style attribute, then we could just do that. So the color is blue, and everything should be underlined now. So whenever we refresh, yes, we see that that is the case. Now, the problem with this approach is that it's not very different from what we used to use with the HTML elements. In this case, the style is what we call tightly coupled to the markup. So instead of using a style attribute on our element, inside of the head, we can add a style element. And then we can do essentially the same thing that we did before. We want the color to blue, we want the text decoration to underline. But then we have to say, okay, what do we want to apply those properties to? And we have what's called a CSS selector. It's going to select an element within our document, and it's going to apply those properties. Well, in this case, we want to apply those properties to the body element. So we just say body. That is the name of our element, and I'm going to paste in those properties. So we have the color is going to be blue, the text decoration is going to be underlined, and those properties are contained within a pair of curly braces. So we have the selector, which is the body element, followed by an opening curly brace. We have our CSS properties and their values, and then we have a closing curly brace. So we can get rid of this style attribute here. We can go back to the browser, and we're going to see the same results that we saw before. Now, this approach is slightly better because now we have style that can be applied to the entire document as opposed to an individual element. But we can take this a step further, and we can define our styles inside of an external file so that then we could link to that file and use it in not just this document, but in any of the other documents that we might create. So let's go to File, New, and let's call this first.css. So I'm going to save first.css, and we are going to copy this selector and paste it into this CSS file. And let's format the white space so that it's a little bit easier to read. And then we're going to get rid of this style element. And instead, we're going to use an element called link. Now, there are three things that we need to specify here. The first is an attribute called rel. And this is going to be a style sheet. And we can see that brackets was prompting us for that value. So we have link, we have the rel attribute set to style sheet. The next is type. And once again, we see that brackets is prompting us with a value. The type is text/CSS. And then finally, we have the href attribute. This is where that file is actually located. And that is here inside of the same folder as our index.html. And then we want to close that tag. Now, there's not a closing tag like this for a link. Instead, we can use something that's called a self-closing tag, which looks like that. So now we can go back to the browser, we can refresh, and voila, we have the same results. And as I mentioned before, the beauty of this approach is that we can use this CSS file in any web page now. So let's create another one. Let's save this as second.html. We're going to copy everything that we have inside of index and paste that into second.html. But let's change something. Instead of the title being Introduction to Web Development, let's just say second page. And we can do the same thing for this h1 element, just so that we know that we are looking at the second page. And let's go to the browser. Let's duplicate our existing tab, and let's open up second.html. We see that the same styles are applied. So if we decided that, okay, we no longer want to have blue underlined text, instead we want red underlined text. Or now let's just change the color. Let's get rid of the underline because, usually we wouldn't want our text underlined. And if we look at both of these pages, we're going to see that the color in both of them is going to be red. So the second page, the color is red. Let's go back to index.html. The color is red as well. So this makes it very easy to maintain the style that we have throughout multiple pages. Now, contrast that with some of the other approaches. Like, for example, if we used the style here, then we would have to change the color value. So let's say that color is blue, and then we would have to change that to red. Then we would have to go to the second HTML, and we would need to do the same thing here. It would have the style attribute, which would be set to blue, and then we would have to change that to red. So instead of going to each individual web page, we just have to open up that CSS file, make the changes that we want to make, and then we would see those changes along all of the pages that reference that CSS file. And so now that you know how to add style to your web pages, in the next lesson, we're going to look a little bit more at CSS. We've seen how we can apply styles to a certain element by specifying that element name within our CSS. But we can also select other elements using different selectors, and we will look at that in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, I very briefly introduced you to CSS, the technology that we use for applying style to our documents. In this lesson, we're going to look at a couple of different things. We will look at the more common CSS properties that we would use within our web pages. We will also look at more selectors so that we can select more elements and apply styles to them. Well, first, let's talk about the terminology, because we have some new terminology that we use with CSS. The first is a CSS rule, which is made up of two parts. We have what's called the selector, and then we have the declaration. Now, the selector selects the elements that we want to apply style to. So this selector is for the body element. So the style that we have declared here will be applied to the body element. And the only thing that we are doing right now is changing the text color to red. So if we look at this in the browser, we of course have red text. But this isn't something that we would normally do. With a white background, we usually just keep the text black, or it might be a darker shade of gray. So we're just going to remove this property, and that is going to revert back to the default value of black. Now, we don't control the default values. That's done within the browser, and the user can change those values in most browsers, but most don't, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so we have our body. Well, let's change the font of our body, because yeah, this is fine, but this is the default font. We want something a little bit more modern, I guess you could say. So we can type font, and brackets is going to give us a variety of suggestions that we might want to use to modify the font for the body. Now, what I want to do is change the font size. So you can see that the property is font-size, followed by a colon, and then our value. So let's do something that's fairly large, and let's do 18. Now, it's not enough to just use a numeric value here. There are different units that CSS supports, and we need to supply the unit, because by itself, it's unclear if this is using points or pixels, or if it's a relative value. So let's stick with something that's an absolute size, and we'll just go with pixels. This means that the font is going to be 18 pixels high. And if we go back to the browser and refresh the page, we're going to see that the text does indeed change. It is much larger than it was before. But let's also change the font face itself, and that's actually called the font family. So font-family, and we can do a variety of different things here. We can use a named font, Arial in this case, which every Windows machine has this font. So if we go back to the browser and refresh, we see that the font does indeed change. Now, there are some computing systems that might not have the Arial font, in which case we would need to supply a fallback font. And we do that with a comma and then whatever name that we wanted to use. So we could say Helvetica. And so if a browser or a computer doesn't support Arial, then it would fall back to whatever we specify here, Helvetica. So if we go back to the browser and refresh, we're not going to see any difference here because Arial is being used. Now we can add as many fallbacks as we want. We can say that, okay, we want to use Arial, but if that's not available, we can use Helvetica, but if that's not available, then we might want to use something a bit more generic. And CSS has a variety of generic font names. In our case, Arial is without any serifs, so it's sans serif. And I think Helvetica is as well. I'm really not sure about that. So we can come in here and we can say that, okay, if the computer doesn't have Arial or Helvetica, then we just want to use a font that is sans serif. And that would be fine. Now, we have two properties here, but there's also a font property that combines several of the other font properties. So with just font, we can say that we want a font that is 18 pixels high, and it is Arial or Helvetica or sans serif. And that will give us the same results. Now I'm going to comment out these two just for the sake of having them in the code download so that you know that they are available. Because if you want to change one of these properties, then it's more useful to use that property itself instead of font. Now to comment out CSS, you use a slash followed by an asterisk, and then everything that follows that is going to be a comment until it reaches an asterisk followed by another slash. So these two lines are commented. The browser isn't going to use them. It's going to use this single font property. So just to show you that we get the same results, there you go. Now we might want to adjust the line height. That is the space between the lines. And we can do that with the line height property. That is line-height. And then once again, we want a numeric value. Now you can see that brackets is suggesting two values, inherit and normal. Now inherit is a CSS keyword. That means that it is a special word that is used in CSS. And it basically means that we want to use whatever value has been applied for the line height in any parent element. Now, the body element doesn't have a parent element, although it really does. It's HTML. HTML is a parent element, and it has a child called body. However, we don't really apply any line height to the HTML element. So in our case, inherit really isn't going to give us anything. Instead, we would want to specify some numeric value. And I really have no idea what this is going to do, so I'm going to do 24 pixels, and we will just see what this looks like in the browser. And I'm not really clear if that added space or removed it. So let's do something like 32, and that should definitely add more space there. And really that might be too much, but we're going to leave that alone. Now we might want to change the background color of an element. In this case, it's the body. And we can say background color. And we have a variety of named colors that we can use. We can also use hexadecimal numbers. A hexadecimal number starts with a £, and it's broken up into 3 groups. We have red, green, and blue. A background color of 000000 is black. So if we go back to the browser and refresh, we're not going to see anything because our text is black and the background color is black. Now for this lesson, we're going to leave the background color as white, or whatever the default is for the browser. So I'm going to comment that line out so that you can have that in the code download. And for now, we're going to skip on to the selectors because there are a lot of properties that we can use. There are too many to list within this course. And I will be using more properties in the following lessons, and I will tell you what they are and what they are used for. But for now, let's just skip on to our selectors. So we want to add some more style. We have changed the text of our body, but now we want to do some special things for like the headings. And somewhere in here, I believe we still have a span element. So let's start with the headings. Let's do something special there. They, of course, are different from normal text because they are typically larger and they are usually bold. But let's also do something like italicize them. So our selector is going to select both the H1 elements and the H3 elements. And we can use multiple selectors within a single rule. All we have to do is just separate them with a comma. So we have H1, and then we also want to select the H3 elements. So we have H1, comma, H3, and then our declaration. Now, usually you would see this done on 2 lines so that it's very clear that this rule is for H1 and H3 elements. And we are going to italicize this, and we do that with a property called font style. And the value is, you can see here, brackets is prompting us with italic, normal, or oblique. We're going to go with italic, and that will give our heading elements an italic font. Now, it's going to keep the size as well as the weight of the font, because we didn't change any of those. The only thing that we did is added the ability to make it italicized. So if you wanted to change the weight or the size, you would have to explicitly specify those properties. So for the size, we would have to go and use the font size property and then give it whatever size that we wanted to. However, in that case, we wouldn't want to use both the H1 and the H3 elements in the selector, because we wouldn't want those to be the same size. But we're not going to worry about that, so let's just get rid of this font size property. Now, if we look at our markup, we have 2 div elements that have IDs. One is an ID of sidebar, the other is an ID of main content. And we want to style these elements differently. And we can reference both of these by their ID. So we go back to our CSS file. Let's start with the sidebar. In order to select an element by its ID, you start with a # and then the name of the ID, sidebar. So pound in CSS means ID. So this is the ID of sidebar. And let's give this a background color of green. Eventually, we are going to change this so that it is actually a sidebar, but for now, we're going to give it a different background color than what we would have for the main content. And we would do the same thing for main content. We start with the # and then main-content, and this is going to have a background color. Let's do something like gray, or we can choose one of these values. Let's do light gray. And then we will see in the browser that our sidebar is green, and then our main content is gray. So we can select elements by their name. We can also select elements by their ID. Well, let's go to our markup, because we've used a span element in one place, but let's use it in a couple of different ones. And it doesn't matter where, just pick some random spots and surround it with an opening and closing span tag. And I'm going to add a total of 3. And we are going to style these. However, we want to style some of these spans differently. Let's say that we want this ipsum to be red, because this would be considered an error. Of course it's not, but just for the sake of this demonstration, the ipsum is going to be an error. But we want to use these other 2 span elements for something else. So we can go to our style sheet, we can type span, and if we do color is red, then we're going to see that all of the span elements in our document now have a color of red, but we don't want that. We want only the span elements that are considered an error to have a color of red. So we need some way to make our error span to be different from the others. And for that, we can use something called a class. A class is a classification. It's something that we would apply to multiple elements. So we're going to give this first span element a class attribute, and its value is going to be error. And we will go back to our CSS. And instead of this span rule, we're going to specify that if it has a class of error, it's going to have a color of red. To specify a class, you start with a period and then the class name, error. So the # is for ID, the period or the dot is for classes. So if we go back to the browser and refresh, now we see that ipsum is red, but the other span elements are not. But let's give those other elements a style. So we're going to add span once again, and let's give this a color of purple, something that's not red, but it will be visible against the green and the gray. So let's refresh, and now we have our red for the error, then we have the purple for our other spans. But then later on, if we wanted one of these to also be error text, we can go to that element and we can add that class. So let's add this third element with a class equal to error, and it's going to apply that style to that element. So now we have an error here, and we have an error here, and then we have this purple text here. Now we can apply this class to any element. So if we wanted to say that, okay, this heading is going to have the error color as well. So we can say class equals error, and then what you need is going to be in red. And that's the beauty of a class. You can apply it to any element that you want to. However, if you wanted to only apply the color of red to span elements that have a class of error, you can go back to the selector and you can say that span dot error will have a color of red. So this means that all span elements that have a class of error is going to have a color of red, and only those elements. So if we go back to the browser and refresh, our heading is going to go back to black, although it helps if you save the document first. So let's refresh, and you can see that that has gone back. However, if we wanted to have a different color for that heading element, we could say H3 and then error. And for our headings, if they are in error, then we would do something not necessarily red, but red-ish. So crimson, that looks like a good color. So let's use crimson for our headings. And we will go back, and we can see a noticeable difference between the crimson color and the red color. Now, just like properties, there are a variety of different CSS selectors, and we could spend a lot of time talking about them and how they work. However, for the sake of this course, we're going to move on to the next lesson, and we will modify the layout of our page using CSS. Throughout this course, we've been working with a single document. We started with just plain text, then we added some markup, and we even divided our document into two distinct sections. We have the main content, and then we have what is supposed to be the sidebar. But of course, whenever we view this in the browser, we have nothing like that. Now, we see what is supposed to be in the sidebar, as well as the main content, but the sidebar is on top of the main content. And if you'll remember, the reason why this is because we use div elements, and div elements are block level elements. That means that it essentially creates a block within the page, and that's very apparent now that we have added some background color to both of these sections. But now we want an actual sidebar, and so that is what we are going to do in this lesson. But I'm going to do something a little differently. I'm going to have both the editor and the browser up at the same time. The editor will be on the left and the browser will be on the right. The reason being because brackets has a wonderful feature that allows us to edit our code, and it will automatically update within the browser. Now, it's not the only editor that has this particular feature. There are many that do. But since we are using brackets, it's worth demonstrating this feature because it is very helpful. As you are typing, you can see the ramifications of whatever modifications that you're making. Now, notice that whenever I click on any one of these CSS rules, on the right-hand side, we see the browser select those elements. Like, for example, right now, I selected the main content, and we can see that there is a little blue border around the main content. Whenever I click on the sidebar rule, we see that the sidebar has a blue border, and it's kind of hard to see here because the background color is green. However, if we go down to the span selector, let's click on that, we see all of the span elements within the document are surrounded by a little blue border. That's because this CSS rule is for span elements, and so it is marking all of those elements that are selected with this selector. If we go to the H3 selector with a class of error, we see that only that H3 element is selected. We will see the same thing for the span elements that have a class of error. We have just two of those, one in the first paragraph and then one in the third. So it's a pretty nice feature. If you wanted to see what elements are being selected by a particular CSS rule, then just put your mouse over that and you will see that. And it's supposed to do the same thing for HTML. Wherever we put our cursor, it's also supposed to select the elements in the browser, but for some reason that is not working right now. But that's not very important. What is important is that we do what we actually want to do, and that is put our sidebar on the side of the page. So we're going to go to the CSS rule for our sidebar. That is with the # for the ID and then sidebar. We want to come in here and add a property called float. This essentially says that we want to take this element and we want to float it on either the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the element that contains our sidebar. Now, if we look at the HTML, that is the body. So it's going to take our sidebar and it's going to put it on the left or the right of our body. And we get to tell it, right or left. There's actually 4 possible values. There's inherit, there's left, there's none, and then there's right. But we want to go with left, so I'm going to choose left. And over on the right-hand side, you can see that the page automatically updated. So we can type whatever that we want to type, and we can see what it would look like in the browser. So that's what it would look like if we floated it on the right, but we're going to do left. Now notice that the dimensions changed. It's no longer as long as the entire page as it was as a normal div element. So we want to change the width, and we do that with a property called simply width. Now we can come in here and we can give it an actual pixel value. So if we wanted to say that the sidebar is 150 pixels wide, then we can do that. We can also use percentages. So we can say that the sidebar is supposed to be 25% of its container, which is the body. So it's going to calculate the width of the body, and it's going to set the width of the sidebar to be 25% of that. So as we would adjust the size of the browser, we would see that the width would change for the sidebar. So let's leave this as a percentage because that's more flexible than setting an absolute pixel value. But now notice that the text within our main document just flows around our sidebar, and that might be what we want it to do. But in most cases, we want 2 columns. We want on the left to be a complete column for our sidebar, and then on the right to be a column that contains our content. So we will go to our main content, and we can do a couple of different things. The first thing we could do is float that on the right-hand side. Now notice that it put our content on a new line. The reason being because even though we floated it on the right-hand side, the width of the element is too much to fit next to the sidebar. So it put it onto a new line. So we could come in here and say that we want our width to be 75%. And then that would change the width of our main content enough so that it would then fit on the right side of the screen. Now that's one way that we could achieve this. We could also not use a float. So I'm going to comment this out, and instead we will use something called padding. Now padding is exactly what it sounds like. We are padding an element so that its contents are inside of that padding. And we can pad all sides of an element. We can pad the top, the right, the left, and the bottom. In this case, we really just want to pad the left-hand side of the element. So we can say that the padding on the left, which is padding dash left, is going to be 25%. And that puts all of the content inside of our main contents div element over here on the right-hand side. Now the element, as you can see, is still the full size of the body, but the content, since we've added that padding to the left-hand side, is padded on the left. And now let's get rid of the background colors because that kind of ruins the effect. So the sidebar no longer has a background color. We will do the same thing for main content. And now we will have our sidebar on the actual sidebar. Well, we do have one other document. It's that second HTML. And let's go ahead and add a link to that inside of our sidebar. So our home will be our index, and then the article will be that second HTML. And for this, let's go to the full size editor. And we are still going to use our unordered list and our list items, but inside of our list items, we're going to use a new element called A. It stands for anchor. And anchors can be used for a variety of reasons, but what we want to use an anchor for is what's called a hyperlink to another page. To do that, we use an href attribute inside of our A element, and that is set to whatever document that we want to navigate to. Now our home is going to be this file, index.html, and then we will have text in between the opening and closing A tags that simply says home. And for the article, we will once again use an A element. The href attribute is going to be set to second HTML. And then for the text of our link is going to be article. So whenever we view this in the browser, we now have links. And if we click on any one of these, then it takes us to that page. Now notice that the second HTML page is also laid out exactly like our main page. And that is because we referenced the same CSS file. So this once again demonstrates why we would want to use an external style sheet. Because both of these documents use the same markup, the changes that we made to the CSS made it work in both of those pages. So by itself, HTML really doesn't do anything except allow us to mark up our documents and give them structure. What really allows us to lay out our page is CSS. Well, in the next lesson, we are going to start looking at JavaScript, and we'll start at the very beginning so that you can get an understanding of some of its basics and fundamentals. Starting in this lesson, we are going to spend time with just JavaScript, and as such, I'm going to switch from brackets to Visual Studio Code. So go ahead and open it up. Now over on the left-hand side, there's what they call the activity bar. If it's not displaying for you, you can go to View, Appearance, and then Show Activity Bar. But we want to go to the extensions here because we want to install the live server. So just do a search for live server. The first hit is probably what you want. It does show you how many times it was downloaded. So if there's millions of downloads, then it's basically a good extension. What this is going to do is give us an HTTP server so that we can load all of our stuff over HTTP, which is very important when you start doing Ajax and things like that. So click on the install button to install live server. And once that's done, we're good. We can go back to the Explorer and we are going to create two files. Now I'm going to pull up the command palette here. For me on Windows, that is Control-Shift-P. On Mac, it's Command-P, I believe. You will see the commands that you have at your disposal here. Show all commands pulls up the command palette, and we are going to create a new file called index.html. We'll do the same thing, except that we'll call the file index.js. And inside of the HTML file, we can have an exclamation point, hit tab after it, and then we have our HTML document. I'm going to change the title to JavaScript, and I'm going to add the reference to that newly created index.js file. And once that's done, we don't need the HTML anymore. Down in the bottom right-hand corner is this Go Live. If you click on that, that's going to start up that server that we just installed. And there we go. I'm going to organize my windows so that these are side by side. All right, so the first things that we are going to talk about are functions and variables. And we'll start with the alert function. Now, as its name implies, it is a function. It does something. It has a purpose. And in this case, the purpose of the alert function is to show a message in a dialog box in the browser. Now, by itself, the function name isn't going to really do anything. What we want to do is execute a function, and we do that with a pair of parentheses after the name of the function. So if we save this file, on the right-hand side, we see this dialog box come up, but there's nothing there. You know, as I mentioned, we are supposed to see a message here, and that's because we didn't supply a message. The alert function needs some data to work with, and most functions do. And the way that we get data into a function is we pass data to it. That is the term that we use. We are going to take data and pass it to the function, and we do so by passing it inside of the parentheses. So in our case, we want a message, and we can just say, hello world, but this isn't what we want to do. It looks like we're passing text, but really we're passing two individual things. One's called hello, the other is called world. So inside of JavaScript, whenever we want to work with data that is text, we call that a string. And a string begins with quote and ends with a quote. And everything inside of that quote is part of that string. So you can think of it as a string of characters, or a bunch of characters are strung together, but it's just text. So whenever we save this, now on the right-hand side, we see our message, hello world. So we have a function called alert. We are passing a string to that function. The string contains the text hello world, and we see the result in the browser. Now, there are a lot of times that we want to store data so that we can reference it whenever we want. Because as it is right now, we have this hello world. But if we wanted to use that same string in another function, we would have to type out hello world. And while we can simply copy and paste that like I've done, a lot of times we would type that out. And you can just see that immediately I start typing incorrectly. That is obviously not an efficient way of referring to the same information. In our case, the information is the string of hello world. So what we can do then is store it inside of a variable. You can think of it like a box. We have this box that we can just put stuff in. And anytime that we want to take something out of the box, we just take it out of the box. So we create our variable starting with the let keyword. And you can see that Visual Studio Code is saying that this is something special just based upon the color of the word. Let is a special word in JavaScript. It allows us to create a variable, and we will call that variable message. Now, what we've just done is write what's called a variable declaration. We have declared the message variable, but it doesn't really contain anything useful. And we want it to contain the message hello world. So what we can do then is, now that we have declared that variable, we can assign it a value. So on the left-hand side, we have our variable name, followed by an equal sign, and then the value that we want to store inside of that variable. This is what we call an assignment statement, because we are assigning a value to it. And once it has a value, we can use that variable wherever we want. So now we can use it by passing that variable to the alert function. And whenever that is loaded into the browser, we see the same results that we got before. And the great thing about a variable is that we can change its value if we need to. So if after we display the initial message of hello world, we decide that it needs to contain hi world, well, we can do just that. We assign it a new value, and then whenever we use that variable again, we will see hi world in the second alert box. Now, there are a lot of times we know what a variable is going to contain whenever we create that variable. Sometimes we don't, but a lot of times we do. In which case, we can declare and assign a value in one line of code. So all we have to do is, first of all, let, and then our variable name, equals, and then our value. And whenever we save this, we are going to see the same result. Our first alert box says hello world. The second says hi world. Now, one last thing for this lesson. You'll notice that these first two lines of code have these slashes in them. Those are comments. Any code that comes after a pair of slashes is what's called a comment. It's just text. It's there primarily for our benefit, so that if we need to explain anything, like for example, if we wanted to say that this creates the message variable, then we can do that. However, in this particular case, we don't really need to do that because the code needs to be self-explanatory. So comments can be useful. They can also be completely pointless. But in this particular case, I'm using comments to denote the type of statement that we have, because every line of code that we have here is called a statement. And this is a variable initialization statement. So there we go. And this is just a brief little tutorial on functions and variables. You know that a function does something. It serves some kind of purpose. And a lot of functions rely upon data in order to perform their purpose. So we pass data to those functions. We can store data inside of a variable so that we can reuse that variable whenever we need to, and we can always reassign a value to those variables. Now, in the next lesson, we are going to continue looking at functions because functions are a very important part of JavaScript. Learn how to write your own functions. In the previous lesson, we very briefly looked at functions and variables, and they are two very important parts of not just JavaScript, but any programming language. But when it comes to writing our own software, well, we're going to be writing our own functions. I mean, the built-in functions that are given to us by JavaScript and through the browser are useful. I mean, alert does serve some purpose. However, we want our own functionality. Like, for example, let's say that we have been assigned a project to where we have to write a calculator. Well, the alert function isn't going to really help us there, and really nothing that comes from JavaScript or comes from the browser is going to help us. So we need to write our own functionality, because if you think about it, we have at least 4 functions that we would need to write. We would need to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Now, we're not going to implement all of those, but let's write a function for adding 2 numbers together. So to create a function, kind of like a variable where we started with let, well, we have a special word called function, and this basically creates a function anytime that we use it. So we have function followed by the name of the function, and then a pair of parentheses. And then we want the code that is going to execute whenever we call the function, and that is inside of these curly braces. Now, if you're brand new to programming, yeah, this is rather cryptic. This is a C-style programming syntax. But of course, as with everything, the more that you practice and use it, the more it becomes second nature to you. So right now, we have just defined our own function, and if we wanted to, we could call it just like we called the alert function in the previous lesson. We just need the name of our function, and then we follow that up with a pair of parentheses. Now, it's not going to do anything because the function doesn't do anything. There's no code inside of it, and there is no data that is being input into that function. Kind of like the alert function, we had to give it a message in order for it to do its job. Well, we have to do the same thing for the sum function. We need to pass in the 2 numbers that we want to add together. So whenever we define a function, we can also define the input that is going to be used by that function. So we have 2 numbers, 1 and 2, and we could create what we call parameters called A and B to represent those numbers. These are essentially variables that represent the numbers that are passed to our sum function. And this gives us the ability to work with those values so that inside of our sum function, we can take A plus B, and there we go. We've added them together. So if we wanted to, we could call alert here, and we could pass in A plus B. And whenever we save this, on the right-hand side, we will see the value of 3. However, most of the time we want to call a function and we want it to return a value so that we can then work with it. Like for example, let's say that we want to create a variable called 3 and we want to assign that variable the result of calling our sum function. Well, that's very easy to do because we can return a value from inside of a function. So in this case, we can return a plus b. That is going to take a plus b, add them together, and then return that value to whatever we are assigning it to. So if we wanted to alert the value of the 3 variable, we will see 3. And of course, that's going to change based upon the values that we pass to our sum function. So if we pass 5 and 2, well, we're going to see 7 there. But let's do this. Let's create another variable called 7, and we will call the sum function. We will pass in 5 and 2. That'll give us the value of 7 so that we can then display that. So the beauty about a function is that we can call it as many times as we want. In fact, that's the purpose of why we would want to write a function, so that we could reuse that functionality over and over again. And so if we wanted to write a subtract function, we would do the same thing. Function, subtract, then we would have our parentheses, but let's go ahead and define what we call parameters, the input that our function is going to use. And we will return a minus b. And then if we wanted to use that, let's just call that 1, and we will subtract 3 and 2. Let's display the result of that, and that will of course be 1. Well, in the next lesson, we are going to talk about more complex things. We've talked about variables, which is just an individual storage for a value. We've talked about functions, which are just a single thing that performs work. Well, an object combines all of that together, and you will see how in the next lesson. JavaScript is an object-oriented language. Basically, that means that we can write our software with a mindset of working with objects. And if you're new to this concept, or you've heard the term but not necessarily know what it means, basically we just work with objects. And it's very easy, at least it was for me, to wrap my head around because we live in an object-oriented world. Everything that we come in contact with or interact with is an object. Now, the computer in front of me, the keyboard, the mouse, my cup of coffee, everything else that's on my desk, they are all individual objects. They have properties which basically describe that object. Like, for example, my coffee mug is a navy blue, so it would have a color property to describe that coffee cup. But then they can also have their own functions, things that would execute, or they would have a certain purpose. Like, for another example, I have a little container that has all of my guitar picks in it, and it's just a simple container. You open it up and you close it. So there would be 2 functions, one for opening and one for closing. So what we do then is take all of this information and group them together to form individual objects. Like, for example, let's say that we want some variables that are going to represent individual people. So we will have a first name variable and a last name variable, and the values here don't matter. But we have 2 variables then that can represent an individual person. We have a first name and last name. But let's say that we want another set of variables to refer to somebody else. So we can't have 2 first name variables that reference different values. That's just not possible, because what we end up with is just a single first name variable, and it will contain whatever we assign it. So instead, what we could do is have a first name 1 and a last name 1, and then a first name 2, and then a last name 2, and that would be set to doe. Now, that's not very descriptive, so maybe we could do something like this, where we could have Jeremy first name and then Jeremy last name. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that we can approach this, but as you can guess, this will be rather cumbersome, especially if we need to refer to multiple people. So instead, what we can do is kind of group all of this stuff into their own individual objects so that we have a single object that represents a single person. And that would look something like this. We would have a variable called Jeremy, and then we would assign it a pair of curly braces. Now in JavaScript, what we are doing is creating an object whenever we do this. And it's not the only way that we can create an object. We can also call the object constructor. A constructor is just a special function that creates an object. So here we have a function called object. We are using it in conjunction with this new. So we are essentially creating a new object. But that's quite a few characters, and instead we just use the shorthand version, which is just a couple of curly braces. So here we've just created an object called Jeremy, and we could have properties on this object, and a property is really nothing more than a variable. So if we wanted to have a first name variable for this Jeremy object, we can do that, and we can assign it the value that we want. Now notice the syntax here. We are not using an equal sign. We are using a colon. And that's just the syntax of what we have whenever we create an object in this way. This is called an object literal. Basically what that means is that we literally have an object defined within our code. These strings that we are writing are string literals because they literally exist within the code. So if we have a first name property, then we can have a last name property, and that would be Jeremy McPeak. So that whenever we want to refer to this individual person, this Jeremy person, we could have Jeremy.firstName. That would give us the value of Jeremy, and then Jeremy.lastName. That would give us the value of McPeak. And this way, all of that information is just grouped together in this single object so that it logically makes sense. We can essentially do the same thing for our John Doe. So let's go ahead and just copy and paste here. So this will be John, the first name will be John, and the last name will be Doe. And we essentially have that same functionality so that if we want to get the first name of John, then we would have John first name, and then we would access the last name in the same way. Now, a method is something that would execute or do something with the data of that object. Like, for example, we have different people here, and one thing that people do is they greet other people. So we could have a method called greet, and a method is nothing more than a function that is attached to an object. So this is going to look a little funny because we have this greet property that we are assigning a function to, and this is very different from defining a function like what we did in the previous lesson. The same information is here, it's just displayed a little bit differently. We start with the name of the method or the function, and then we have the function body that comes after it. And so this greet method could accept a person object, and then it could simply greet that person. It could say hello, and then it would include the name of the person. Now, what we want to do here is called string concatenation. We want to take multiple strings and essentially add them into a larger string, and we do that with a plus sign. It makes total sense because we are adding strings together. So what we start off with is hello, and then we have our plus sign to then essentially add the first name of whatever person we passed to it. And to use that method, it would look like this. We will have Jeremy dot and then greet, and we want to greet John. So whenever we save this, over on the right-hand side, we see hello, John. Now, the reason why this is important is, first of all, JavaScript is an object-oriented language, and we work with objects. You don't have to. But when it comes to the browser, well, we kind of do. If we open up the developer tools inside of our browser, which is just F12, there's a variety of things that we can use within the browser for working with our code here, but what I want to focus on is this elements, because this breaks down the elements that are rendered within the HTML. Now, of course, we don't really have a whole lot here, but each one of these elements is an object. And using JavaScript, we can access these elements and we can manipulate them. And we manipulate them by accessing the properties on those objects and changing their values. And that is something that we will look at in the next lesson. The document object model, or DOM, D-O-M, is what we use to interact with a web page. We use it to, first of all, find the elements that we want to work with. And then we can do just about anything that we want. We can change the content or change the style. We can even remove an element completely from the page, and we can create elements, and we can also add them back to the page. So there's a lot that we can do. In this lesson, we are going to do something very simple, and that is simply change the background color of our page. So the first thing that we need to do is access the document object. This represents the entire HTML document that is loaded within the page. So just like in the previous lesson where we grouped the first name and last name and the greet all within a single object, that it is essentially what's being done for the document. So all of this HTML is being encapsulated inside of this document object. And then from here, we just need to access the things that we want to access. We want to change the background color of the body. So we will access the body with the body property. And this maps directly to the body element within our page. Now, from here, we have a variety of ways that we can change the background color. Used to, we would have a BG color attribute that we could use. Now, this is deprecated and we don't typically do this anymore, but if we wanted to change the background color to gray, then we could do that with that BG color. And we can do the same thing with JavaScript. We can access that BG color attribute and assign a new color to it. So we would just have BG color equals gray in this case. And so whenever we save it, then we can see the background changes to gray. Now, one thing I want you to notice is how we specified BG color. Inside of HTML, it doesn't matter. We can have BG color all lowercase, it can be all uppercase, it can be a mix of upper and lower. Now, JavaScript is case sensitive. That means that, well, you have to be careful as to your casing. And it uses what's called camel casing. And it's called camel casing because of the humps caused by uppercase characters. So for example, let's say that we have the first name variable. First name is actually two words put together. So the first word is all lowercase, and then the second word begins with an uppercase N. And we would do the same thing for last name. If we had a variable called my secret name, it would look like this. My would be all lowercase, secret would begin with an uppercase S, and name would begin with an uppercase N. And so we have our camel hump for the S and then for the N. So that's just where camel casing gets its name. Now, as I said, JavaScript is case sensitive. So there's a difference between my secret name, camel cased, and then my secret name, all lowercase. Those are two completely different variables. So as you are writing your code, you need to be aware of the casing. Okay, so we changed the background color using the BG color property. Now, something else I want to point out, whenever we are talking about JavaScript, we are using properties. Even though this BG color property maps directly to the BG color attribute in HTML. HTML has attributes, JavaScript has properties. So it can get a little confusing. So instead of using BG color, we want to use CSS because that is the quote unquote correct way of doing it now. And we could do this in a variety of different ways. But if we were going to do this in HTML, probably the easiest thing to do would be to use the style attribute so that we could set the background color to gray here. So let's go ahead and do that. And whenever we save that, of course, our background is still going to be gray. But let's say that, okay, now we want to change the background color back to white using JavaScript. Well, we simply use the style property. This maps directly to our style attribute, and we can override the style that is defined inside of our HTML. So all we have to do then is then set the background color property. And we do that with background color. Now, once again, we are using camel case here because a hyphen is an invalid character. Well, it's not invalid. In JavaScript, a hyphen is used for subtraction. We can't use it within the name of a variable or property or function. Instead, we have to use camel casing. But it's very simple because it's all basically the same, except that instead of having a hyphen and then a word after it, it's all camel cased. So it's background color. And then we will set that to white. So whenever we save, our background color is white. Now, the reason why this is overriding what we have defined inside of our HTML is because our JavaScript is being loaded after the browser has loaded the opening body tag. And it's just as simple as that. Our JavaScript typically executes after the page is loaded, so it's going to override whatever is defined inside of the HTML. Now, one very important thing to remember, however, is where your scripts are defined. Let's do this. Let's change this so that inside of our HTML, we are setting the background color to white, and then inside of our JavaScript, it's going to be gray. And then we're going to move our script so that it is not inside of the body tag, but it's going to be up here inside of the head tag. If we save this, we should see our background color as gray, but we don't. It's white. And the reason is very simple. Let's go to the browser and let me maximize this. Let's press F12 to pull up the developer tools, and you want to go to the console because the console is very important because anytime that there's an error, there is going to be an entry in the console. And we can see here the uncaught type error cannot read property style of null. So the only place that we have used style is inside of our JavaScript code, and that was on the body object. So this is basically saying that we can't access style because body is null. Well, how does that make sense? Because body is right here. Well, it's very simple, and this is going to cause you problems because, well, it still causes everybody problems eventually. Well, our JavaScript code is loaded up here in the head. And at the time that this code executes, the body element has not been loaded into the browser. You cannot access an object that is currently not loaded. So it's just that simple. We are trying to access the body. The browser hasn't loaded the body yet. So therefore, body is null. We can't change the style because null does not have a style property. So whenever you are defining your scripts inside of your HTML, typically the best place to do that is down inside of the body at the very bottom so that all of your content, like a div element, let's go ahead and give this an ID of message. All of the content will be loaded first before your code is ever loaded. That way you can be sure that everything is loaded in the browser and you won't run into any errors. And now that our script is inside of the body, the browser has loaded that body element before we tried to access it, the error goes away, and more importantly, our code executes. Well, in the next lesson, we are going to do something with that div element that we just created. We want to manipulate that element, but first we have to find it, and you will learn how to in the next lesson. One of the most important things that you will learn is how to find elements in the document, because you can't do anything with those elements unless if you can find them. And the document object model gives us several tools for finding elements. The most simple is by the ID. So if you wanted to quickly find an element, just slap an ID on it and then through JavaScript, you can find that element. So let's make a few modifications. First of all, I'm going to change the text size of our div element, and I'm going to call this the message element. I know that it is technically a div element, but it has an ID of message, and it's just a lot easier for me to say message element. We're going to change the font size here to something very large. Let's say 26 pixels, and then let's add some text. This is a message, and let's see what that looks like. That's all right. Let's change the background color too, and I'm just going to paste this in. There's no rhyme or reason to this particular number. I just used the color wheel here to select something that was not white so that the text will pop out a little bit more. And so now we want to retrieve that div element, and we can do so using the getElementById method. As I said, this is the simplest way of finding an element. It's also the quickest way, because the way that the browser loads our HTML, it also builds a table behind the scenes that matches IDs with their associated elements. So finding an element by its ID is very, very simple and quick. So let's say that we wanted to change the CSS color property. So we would access that element's style property. We would set the color, and let's just change this to blue. And so over on the right-hand side, we see that the message did indeed change to blue. And we can prove that it is just applied to this element if we inspect the element. So let's do that. That'll pull up our developer tools, and we can see in the HTML that we have our ID of message and the style is set to blue. So pretty simple stuff. If you wanted to find that element, just slap an ID on it and then find that element by its ID. Well, let's change its background color to something else like yellow. Once again, we're going to see it change in the browser so that the background color is yellow and the color is still blue. And once again, if we look at the HTML, we can see that the style attribute is set to those values. Now, we have done something that is, it's not incorrect, but there's a better way of going about this, because we are retrieving the same element. And even though that this is the quickest and most efficient way of finding an element, the browser still has to execute this code. And so if you think of our document as a pool, and every time that we call getElementById, the browser has to dive into the pool in order to find that element so that it can bring it back up to the surface. So what we want to do to be as efficient as possible is actually store this within a variable so that we can reuse that variable whenever we need to reference this message element. So let's just create a variable called message element. We will call getElementById, and we will store that in that variable so that then we have it cached inside of this variable. We are storing it in memory, which in today's day and age, memory is no big thing. I mean, even the smallest computing devices that we have a ton of memory. Now, our CPU cycles, that is something that we need to be very careful of. And every time that we call getElementById, the browser has to use CPU cycles in order to retrieve that element. So the best practice is to retrieve that element, store it in a variable, and then use that variable whenever you want to manipulate it. All right, so let's go back to our HTML and let's change this so that instead of having our message directly inside of this div element, we have it inside of our span element. Now, this is not going to change how it is rendered in the browser because we are still retrieving our message element and then setting those CSS properties. But let's do this. Let's say that we want to retrieve this span element. Now, yes, we could come in here and we could give it an ID of span element or whatever we wanted to do. But in today's day and age, that's not a feasible option. So instead, what we can do is use another method that will allow us to retrieve any element that we want using a CSS selector. So once again, we are going to create a variable so that we can store this element object, and we're going to call a method called query selector. we simply pass in a CSS selector, and the browser will return the first element that matches that selector. So in our case, the selector is the ID of message, and then it contains a span element. We can do this in a couple of different ways because our document is so simple. We could use the CSS selector of div space span, and that would work too. But let's go with message. And let's say that we want to change the color of the span element to blue. We will keep the div element with a background of yellow. Now, as far as the visual representation, nothing changed. But if we look at the HTML, we're going to see that it definitely changed because now our div element has a background color of yellow. The span element has a color of blue. But that, of course, makes sense because that is exactly what our code was written to do. But what about multiple elements? Like, for example, let's say that for whatever reason, our message is broken up by span elements. So each one of the words is contained within its own span. Now, over on the right-hand side, we can see that our message changed. Now the first word is colored blue. The rest of the phrase are black, are just normal colors. And the reason is because even though we have multiple span elements, our query selector still worked. It just returned the first element that met the criteria that we passed to it. So we have another method that we can use to retrieve all of the elements that can be matched based upon a query selector, and it's called query selector all. Let's pass in the same CSS selector query, but now we have a variety of span elements. And so far we've been working with individual elements. If we came in here and if we did span elements style color equal blue, well, that's not going to work because the type of object that we have in our span elements variable is not an element object. It's a different kind of object called a node list. It's a collection of elements, and we work with node lists differently, and you will learn how to in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, you learned how to find elements in the document. We looked at the get element by ID, the query selector, and the query selector all methods, and they all worked. However, the last one, query selector all, gave us a different type of object. Get element by ID and query selector just gave us an individual element that we could work with. The query selector all method gives us what's called a node list. It is a collection of all of the elements that match our CSS query. Now, let's first of all talk about why it's called a node list. And that's because inside of the document object model, every type of object is a node. It is the smallest building block used by all of the objects in the document. Like atoms are the smallest building block of just about everything. So because in the document object model, everything is a node, then a collection of nodes is called a node list. Now, the way that we work with a node list has changed over many, many years, to the point to where today it is very simple. Now, the reason why it is simple is because the browsers that we have today have been programmed to make it a little simple. But if you have to support an older browser like Internet Explorer, hopefully you don't, well, then things would be a little bit different. We're not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on the code that we can write today. So we want to change all of our span elements to the color blue. So to do that, first of all, we need to use our span elements variable. This is our node list. And since this is a collection, we can do something for each element in our node list. Now, this for each is a method, and a method is nothing more than a function that is attached to an object. So we will want to execute for each, which means that we need a set of parentheses after it. But the for each method needs something to work with. It's going to work with the node list, but it also needs a function. It's something that we call a callback function. And it's called a callback function because this for each method is going to call whatever function that we specify. If that doesn't make sense, hopefully this will. We're going to write a function called setColorBlue. and we need the element that we are going to be working with that we want to set the color to blue. So the code is going to look almost exactly like we have on line 12 here, except that we are using a different object. So now that we have this function defined, all we have to do is then just pass that function to for each. Now notice here, there is a distinct difference between using the name of the function and then executing the function with a set of parentheses afterwards. In this case, we do not want to execute the function. We want to pass this function object, which is what we have. Whenever you define a function, you have created a function object. We want to pass that function object to for each. And then behind the scenes, for every element in this node list, it's going to execute this set color blue. It's going to pass in the element, and then that function will execute. So that whenever we save this, over on the right-hand side, we see that the text is now all blue. But let's do one other thing. We have this span element, and let's change that. Let's change that to first span. And let's set something unique here. Not necessarily the color, but let's do something with the font weight, just so that it stands out. And we will set that to bold. So we save that. And once again, the first span that is selected with the query selector method is bold, but then all of the span elements are set to have a blue color. So far, we've been looking at how to set individual CSS properties using the style object. Well, in the next lesson, you will learn how we can manipulate style with classes. Manipulating the DOM can be an expensive process because any change that we make, the browser has to react to. And some of those changes could be very small. There are other changes that would require the entire page to be redrawn. And every update that we make consumes CPU cycles. And as I've mentioned before, CPU cycles are precious. We want to conserve them as much as possible. So when it comes to working with style, if you find yourself setting multiple CSS properties on the same element, well, you might want to rethink that, because every time you update the DOM, the browser has to react to that update. So let's change our code back to kind of what we had a couple of lessons ago, where we have retrieved our message element and we set the foreground color to blue and the background color to yellow. So we are essentially doing two things here. The browser has to do two things. It has to set the color to blue. It has to set the background color to yellow. Let's throw in a third style. Let's set the text decoration to underline. So that makes three things. So if you find yourself doing this, it's better to use a class. And I'll show you why. So let's go to our HTML and let's add the class ugly text. And we need those three properties. So the color is blue, the background color is yellow, and then we have the text decoration, and that is underline. So every element in the DOM has this style property, and we've been using that. Now there's another property called a class list, which gives us the ability to manipulate the classes that are applied to an element. So, you can have a class attribute, and we could apply ugly text here. But we could also have other classes too. If we wanted to bold all of the text and we had a bold class, we could apply that. If we had a third class, there's no limit to the amount of classes that we have. So in order to work with all of these different classes, we have a class list property that gives us access to those. And we can do several things. The first thing is to add a class. So in this particular case, we want to add the ugly text class. And that is going to apply that class to the element. And this is more efficient than setting the individual CSS properties, because we've made one change to the DOM, which means that the browser only has to update once. Now, if there's an add method, then it kind of goes without saying that there is a remove method. and that will remove the class. And then there's a handy method called toggle, which will toggle that class. So if the class isn't applied to that element, it will add it. If it is added, then it will remove it. So in this particular case, it's going to add it because we call toggle after we have removed it. And the great thing about these methods is that we can add multiple classes if we want to. So let's go back to our HTML and let's add another class called bold. And this is simply going to set the font weight to bold. So let's say that we wanted to apply both the ugly text and the bold classes. All we would have to do is then pass in a second class name. Now, we haven't seen this before, or yes, we have. The sum function that we wrote had 2 parameters to it, didn't it? Well, all we have to do is separate the individual classes with a comma, and that is going to apply both of those classes. But then later, if we decide, you know what, we don't want the bold class, so we can remove that. We can also remove multiple classes. So this gives us the ability to change an almost infinite amount of CSS by adding and removing as many classes that we want from that element. Events are probably the most important part of JavaScript development because they allow us to react to the user. And even though we don't really see it, most everything that the user does causes an event. So if they click on anything in the page, that causes an event. If they type, if they scroll, if they're on a mobile device and they tap, all of those things are events. And the great thing is we can write our own code and hook into that functionality so that whenever the user clicks or types or does practically anything, we can execute our own code. So in this lesson, we are going to set up a click event for our message element so that whenever we click on it, we are going to toggle the ugly text class. So it's going to be practically useless, but this is going to introduce you to events, which is half of the battle. So the first thing we need is the object that we want to set up the event on, and we have that. That is our message element. The next thing we have is a method called addEventListener. It's a mouthful to say. It's also a fingerful to type, but we are setting up what's called an event listener. It's going to listen for a particular event, and we get to specify what event that is. So if the user clicks on our message element, well, that's what we want to listen for, and then we want to execute some code. Now, we learned a couple of lessons ago about a callback function. You know, it's a function that we pass to another function so that it can call it. That's kind of weird to say. And we essentially need to do the same thing here. We need to write a function that will toggle the ugly text, or we might want to do it like this, message click. You know, something to indicate that this is handling the click event on our message element. And all we really want to do here is toggle that ugly class. So we'll use our class list, we'll call the toggle method, and then pass in ugly text. So there we go. But that's not all. We need to take this message click function and we need to pass it to the event listener. Now, once again, notice that we are just using the name of the function. We are not executing that function because, well, that's wrong. That's going to result in our code not working. So let's revise. On our message element, we are adding an event listener for the click event, and we are going to execute our message click function whenever that event occurs. So let's click on the div, and we can see that we are indeed toggling the ugly text class. It's not changing the bold. In fact, if we go ahead and inspect this, notice down here for this div element, watch that as I click. Well, let's do something a little bit more involved. Instead of setting up the click event listener on our message element, let's do so on the individual span elements. So the first thing we need to do is get all of those span elements. So we will use query selector all Our CSS query is the ID of message and then span, and then that will give us all of those span elements. And the next thing we want to do is set up the click event listener on every one of those span elements. And the only way to do that is to use the for each. Well, it's not the only way, but it's the way that we know, because for each span element, we need to set up that event listener. Now, I'm going to do something a little bit different here. I'm going to do what's called inlining a function. The reason why it's called that is because it is in line with the rest of the code. And the technical term for this function is an anonymous function because it doesn't have a name, but it is still a function and we are still passing it to for each. The reason why I'm using this style here is because you will see this in probably 95% of all of the code on the internet. This is just the style that everybody uses. It is technically not the same thing as defining a separate function, calling it process span, or better yet, set up click, but it is functionally the same. So we are creating an anonymous function for the for each method. And we need the element that we're going to be working with. And then we want to set up the click event listener. So we're going to call add event listener. We want to listen for the click event, and then we want to specify a function. Now, I am not going to use an anonymous function here because I want you to learn about something else. So we are going to write a function called click span. And we need to be able to toggle the ugly text class on the span element. Now, one very important thing here is that we don't have access to that span element, at least inside of this click span function. We do down here when we are inside of the for each callback, and we could get away with using that if we used an anonymous function down here. I don't want to do that. The reason is because whenever you set up an event listener and that event fires and it calls our callback function, it passes a special event object to that callback function. We typically just refer to that as E. And this event object has all of the information that occurred about the event. So for every event, there is a type property that will tell us the type of event that occurred. Now, that might not seem very useful because we know that this is a click event, but I guarantee you there are times when you don't know the type of event that occurred and you need to. Now, if this event was caused by somebody typing on the keyboard, it would have the information about the keys that were typed. If the event occurred because the mouse was moving over certain elements or across the screen, it would contain the information about the mouse coordinates. But in our particular case, what we want is the element that received the click event. It is the target of the event. And we can get that using the target property. Every event has a target, so no matter what type of event occurs, you can always get the element that received that event. So now that we have the target of the event, we can use the class list and we can toggle the ugly text class. So with that in place, let's comment out everything else because we want to focus just on what we have for our span elements. So this means that our starting text is just normal text. There's no styling applied at all. But whenever we click on the individual span elements, we can see that the ugly text class is applied to it. So there are essentially three things that you need to remember from this lesson. The first is that almost everything the user does results in some kind of event, be it clicking, be it moving the mouse around, be it typing, tapping, scrolling. It doesn't matter. Whatever the user does, there is an event that occurs. The second thing is that you can listen for those events and you can handle those events by executing your own code. You have to set up an event listener to do that, specify the event that you want to listen for, and the code or the function that you want to execute when that occurs. The third thing that you need to remember is that every event listener receives the event object, and that event object has all of the information about the event that occurred. There are a ton of events that can occur, and I will add a list of them in the description for this lesson. In this lesson, we are going to practice some of the things that we have talked about. We are going to create an object, we're going to find elements in the document, and we are also going to set up some event listeners. Now, we are also going to do some things that we haven't talked about, such as manipulating content. Now, to prepare for this, I've gone ahead and I've cleared out all of the unnecessary stuff. So all of the content, if you can call it that, for our message element is gone, but we still have our message element as well as its style. And I kept the background color for the body the same as well. But everything else is gone. And for our index.js file, it's gone. There's nothing else there. Now, as far as our HTML is concerned, there are two elements I want to add. They are both button elements, and one is going to have the text of morning, the other is going to have the text of evening. And the idea is that we will click on these buttons, and it's going to update the message, so that whenever we click on morning, it's going to say good morning, and evening is going to say good night. Now, in order to set up the click events for these buttons, we need to easily find them. So I'm going to set some IDs here. I'm just going to set morning and evening. In a real application, I would probably use something like morning button and evening button, but this is going to be okay. And that's it as far as our HTML. So everything else is going to focus on our JavaScript. And we're going to start by creating an object called app. Now, this is a programming style that is somewhat popular in that we are going to create an application object, and this object is going to contain everything that it needs to perform its own work. So we are grouping all of that functionality within a single object. Now, as far as this application is concerned, there's several things. The first thing we need is our message element so that we can refer to that whenever we need to. So we're going to create a property called message element, and we're going to initialize that as null. Now, null is a special value in JavaScript. It practically means nothing. We are just initializing message element with null so that later on we can retrieve our message element from the document and then assign it to our property here. The next thing that we need is a method that is going to set the message. So that is going to be a function that is going to accept the message to change. Now we will implement this here in a little bit. So let's add a to-do change message, or rather change content in message element. So we will have that. The third thing is going to be a method that we will use to initialize the application. This isn't always necessary, but anytime that there's any kind of setup, which in our case there is, because we need to retrieve our message element, we need to set up the click event listeners for our buttons. So there are some things that need to be initialized, and I like to group all of that inside of just an init method so that all we have to do is then call init, and then our application is initialized. Now, as far as the initialization is concerned, there are several things that we need to do, as I just mentioned. The first is to get the message element. So we will want to use document get element by ID, and that ID was message. And then the next thing that we need to do is set up the event listeners for our buttons. Now, we don't need to store these button objects in a variable because we're only going to use them once, and that's whenever we set up the click event listeners. So we could just do this. We can retrieve those elements. We'll start with morning, and then we will just simply add the click event listener, and our function is going to call the set message method on our app object, and that message will be simply good morning. And we can take this and copy it for the evening button so that we can have that functionality as well. So we just need to change the ID to evening, and we will change the message to good night. Now, before we do anything else, there is some repetition that we're going through here. And some of the things that I like to do is write what I call helper functions, things that make it easier to type. Like, for example, we have typed document.getElementById 3 times, and that's a lot of typing to do. So some things that I like to do is create a function that will have a shorter name, but it will still do the same thing. Like, for example, I'm going to create a function called _ID, and it is going to do the same work as document.getElementById. So it's simply going to return the result of calling document.getElementById, and we're going to pass in the element ID. So instead of having to type all of these characters, we can just have _ID for every time we want to retrieve a particular element. And that's a lot less typing. Now, we can also take that a step further with setting up a click event listener. So we could write another helper function that says set click or something like that. And we could specify the element that we wanted to retrieve and then the callback function that we would want to execute. And that code would look like this, where we would retrieve the given element and then we would call add event listener. And that would be for the click event, and then we would pass in our callback function. So this would make our code easier to read, so that whenever we set up the click event listeners for our buttons, it would look like that. So there's different little tricks that you can do to save yourself time in typing, because time is important. Now, to make sure that everything is wired up correctly, let's first of all write our message to the console. So if we go to the browser, let's pull up the developer tools and we will go to the console. If we click on morning, we see good morning. If we click on evening, good night. And of course, as we go back and forth, we can see that those values are being output to the console. So as far as the functionality is concerned, everything's great. We just need to actually write those messages to our message element. And we do that very simply. Now, let me first of all say that there are many different ways that we can manipulate the content of an element. The easiest thing to do is to use a property called innerHTML. So I am getting to the message element object, app.messageElement.innerHTML, and we're going to set that to the message. It's that easy. And there we go. And as I said, there's different ways that we can manipulate the content. I mean, we can do a deep dive into the document object model, and we can talk about all of the different elements that you can create and how you can create text nodes and all of that other stuff. innerHTML is so much easier to use. It is a great little utility. So there we go. We have written a very simple application. We encapsulated all of the functionality as an object so that it is its own distinct little thing. We even wrote some helper functions so that doing common things like retrieving an element by ID or setting up click event listeners can be done much easier with much less typing. Well, in the next lesson, we are going to be talking about HTTP requests because we can use JavaScript to make requests to the server. In the early 2000s, it became popular to use JavaScript to make HTTP requests, and it greatly enhanced the user experience because it allowed us to partially update pages, whereas before we would have to completely reload a page if there was anything that we wanted to update. Well, with JavaScript and the ability to make HTTP requests, we could do that partially, so that if we needed to update just a single piece in the page, then we could do that without completely reloading the page. And now it's just commonplace. It's something that we do in almost every application. So in this lesson, I'm going to introduce you to the Fetch API. We aren't going to really dive deep into it, but you will at least be familiar so that whenever you start immersing yourself in more in-depth material, then you'll have an idea of how it works. So everything revolves around this function called fetch, and we basically pass in the URL of whatever it is that we want to fetch from the server. And right now we need something to fetch from the server. So let's go ahead and create a new file. Let's call this messages.json. Now JSON, it is JSON, that stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It looks like JavaScript, but it is not JavaScript. It is a data interchange format that can be parsed into JavaScript. Now, in a real application, we wouldn't be trying to fetch a static file. We would be hitting an endpoint in the server application. There would be some processing going on to where some data was retrieved from a database, and then that would be returned. We don't have all of that infrastructure, so we are just going to work with this static file. And this is basically going to contain our messages, so that we will have our morning message, which I believe was good morning, and then we will have our evening message, which was good night. Now, one thing I want you to be aware of are the quotes that I am using. You know, inside of our JavaScript file, I've been using single quotes to denote strings. You know, it begins and ends with a single quote. Well, in JavaScript, strings can begin with a single quote or they can begin with a double quote. It doesn't matter as long as the beginning and the ending quotes match. However, inside of our JavaScript code, I've been using single quotes because that is the common style that is used today. But when it comes to JSON, well, the strings use double quotes. If we try to use single quotes, then we will end up with an error. So with a JSON file, it looks kind of like JavaScript, but the property names are strings. And in this particular case, the values are strings. They don't have to be strings. Like if we have a numeric value, it can be a number, or if it's true or false, you know, those can be the actual values. But since we are working with text, they of course have to be strings. So this is the file that we are going to fetch. And all we have to do is specify that file name whenever we call the fetch function. So we want to fetch messages.json, and that is going to return what's called a promise. So let's do this. We're going to create a variable called promise. Now, we aren't going to spend a whole lot of time going in depth as to what a promise is and all of that. The fetch operation is what's called an asynchronous operation. So whenever line 9 executes, it is going to go ahead and go out and fetch that resource on the server. But our JavaScript code is going to continue to execute. This is so that the operation of fetching the file on the server isn't going to block the rest of our code from executing. That's what we call asynchronous programming. If it did block the rest of our application from running, it would be called synchronous programming. Well, asynchronous programming is relatively complex, and it changes the way that we have to think about writing our code. Right now, I don't expect you to do that. But just know that this fetch function is returning what's called a promise. And a promise has a method called then. So we are going to fetch our messages, and then we want to do something with that response. And we do something with that response with a callback function. So it's going to pass the response to this callback function so that we can see what the actual response is. So let's just go ahead and let's write that response to the console so that whenever we view this in the browser, we will see that response. There it is right there. So we can drill into this and we can see kind of what comes with that response. So a few things, we can see that the response was okay and that the status was 200. So this basically means that our fetch operation found that file and it successfully received the contents of that file. However, there's really nothing here that we can use. I mean, there is the body of the response, but that is a stream, and we would have to read that stream. So instead, what we can do is use a method called JSON. Since we know the data that is coming from the server is in JSON format, we can call this JSON method on our response, and that will convert everything into a JavaScript object. But here's the thing. This JSON method is also asynchronous. So we have to do kind of something like this. We have to return the conversion of the response to a JSON object. That is a promise. So we have to then work with the object that is created. So it's a little bit verbose as to what we have to go through in order to finally get something that we can work with. But inside of here, we will finally have a JavaScript object that we can work with. And once again, if we view this in the browser, we are going to see that here is our object. It has an evening property and a morning property. So let's very briefly go back over this whole process. We are going to fetch our messages file, and then we are going to work with the response that comes back from the server. And the only thing that we want to do with that response is convert that JSON into an object. So then we can work with the object. Now, in the previous lesson, we created a few helper functions to make our code a little bit cleaner as we write it. So we can essentially do the same thing so that we could have something like fetch JSON, and then we could specify the URL. And what we could do then is essentially take this code, at least as far as to the end of our first then, and we will return that. We need to pass in the URL here. But this will make it so that now we can just say fetch JSON. We can get rid of this first then method so that we can just have that second then method. So it's a little bit cleaner to understand. So we're going to fetch this JSON, so then we will work with the object that we are given. Now, how do we use this inside of our code? Well, we could do this inside of our init, so that whenever we call the init method, the very first thing we do is go ahead and retrieve that message element, but then we could fetch our messages file so that whenever we get the response, then we can set up the click event listeners, and that will give us the messages that we need. So here we could use our morning message, and then for our evening, we could use the evening message. So with that, we can go to the browser, we can click on either one of these buttons, and the functionality is still the same, except that now our messages are coming from our server. Now let's look at this network tab in our developer tools, and it's going to show you all of the requests that were made. But here is the request for messages.json, and we can see that we made the request and we got a response of 304. Now, this basically means that the file isn't modified since the last time that we requested it. But the request was made. If we look at the response, we can see the response that we get. And because we know we successfully made that request and got the response, then we know that we are working with that data. So that is just a quick little tutorial on the Fetch API. As I've mentioned, there is a lot of stuff that we could cover, but this at least gets your feet wet and gets you somewhat familiar with it. Server-side development is very different from the front end. Now, when I say front end, that basically means anything that has to do with the browser. So HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, all of that type of stuff is front-end development. And you can think of a web application in two parts. There is the user interface, which is the web page. That's what we interact with as users. And then there's the server side. That's where all of the processing is done. So let's go to tutsplus.com, and we of course get to the Tuts Plus website. And what we see here is the user interface. Now, even though it's just text, there's some links here and there's a form for searching. This is a user interface. Anytime that we send data to the server, which is with every time that we click on a link, or if we submit a search, or any time that we sign in, we are sending data to the server so that the server can process that data and give us what we need. So for example, if we go to sign in, and if we put in our username and our password, and then we click on the sign in button, that's going to send a request to the server with that information. The server is then going to try to authenticate us. And if we are authenticated, then it's going to generate HTML for an authenticated user. That way, we access the things that only authenticated users can access, and all of that is controlled on the server. The client side, or the front end, doesn't really care about all of that. That's just for displaying the information and allowing the user to interact with that information. So that is what we are going to be doing in this course. We're not going to be doing much within the browser itself. We are going to take data from the browser and process that and then return HTML. So we are going to be generating HTML. That's exactly what happens at Tuts Plus and every other web application. The server side processes the data, generates the HTML, and then sends that back to the browser. So because server-side development is really dealing with a completely different environment, as opposed to the browser, we're dealing more with things that are on the computer itself. So we need a few things. The first thing is an HTTP server. Now, there are many out there, but really there are only two that are used. And the first is called Apache. If you go to apache.org, this is the website for the Apache Software Foundation. And there are many Apache projects. But the one that we are going to use in this course is the HTTP server. So if you go to download, you can find the download for the HTTP server. Now don't do this here because we're actually going to use a tool that's going to make it easy to get started writing PHP. But I'm just pointing out the things that you would need on your computer. And as you gain experience, you might want to actually install Apache on your computer. Now, there are some operating systems that have Apache installed by default, like Mac OS does. However, it is an older version of Apache, so it makes sense to download and install the latest version. So that is one web server. Another is called IIS. This is made by Microsoft, and it is free, but it only runs on Windows. And if you are on Windows and if you want to install IIS, all you have to do is go to your control panel, go to the Programs and Features, and then go to Turn Windows Features on or off. And then one of these is going to be Internet Information Systems or Services. Just click on that, click on OK, and then you have IIS. Now, Apache is the most used web server in the world. The vast majority of websites are running on Apache, and a lot of technologies run on Apache. We are going to be using PHP, but you could also use Ruby, Perl, and just about anything else. IIS can run a lot of other things, but it's really more geared for ASP.NET, but you can also run PHP and other technologies. But we are going to use Apache because it is cross-platform, and it is pretty much the de facto standard when it comes to running PHP applications. So that's the first thing you need is a web server. The second thing, after you get that installed and configured, is PHP itself. We need the PHP runtime, which is going to take our PHP code and actually execute it. And the website is php.net. And if you go to downloads, then you can download PHP for your operating system. Now, Windows users pretty much have it easy because there are binaries that will allow us to install PHP. There's also a zip file that we can unzip, and it's just a lot easier to do on Windows than it is on other platforms, because on other platforms you might have to compile PHP before you can actually use it. But don't download and install PHP. Once again, we are going to use a tool that is going to make that easier. In fact, let's just go ahead and go to that. If you do a search for MAMP, this is a tool that works with macOS and Windows. And you can see what it stands for. It stands for MyApache, which is the Apache HTTP web server, MySQL, which is a database, and then PHP. Now, a database is something that you would typically want in your application, because if you are writing a full-blown web application, you need some way to store data. And MySQL is what we call a relational database. Whenever you hear about databases, they are typically relational databases. That means that the data in one table is related to the data in another table. Now, that's not always the case, but there's a relationship between different tables. And MySQL is a free database engine. Microsoft has one. You can find free databases just about anywhere. But there's also non-relational databases. They're called document databases. MongoDB is one of those. And PHP is very flexible. You can use a variety of database engines with PHP. MySQL is typically the database that we use with PHP applications. So with this MAMP, you get the Apache web server, you get MySQL, and you get PHP all in one. You don't have to download each thing individually and configure them. It's just all done for you. And there's two versions. There is MAMP, and then there's MAMP Pro. Now, MAMP is just free, and it gives us the basic things that we need, and that is what we are going to use. So if you are on OS 10 or Windows, then download MAMP. Just choose your operating system and click on download. The installation is very, very straightforward. In fact, the only question that I really had to answer was whether or not I wanted to include MAMP Pro, and I unchecked that. I did not want MAMP Pro. I just wanted the default MAMP. But you can see the components that comes with MAMP. We have Apache 2, we have MySQL 5. Now we're not going to do anything with MySQL, but we will have it installed. We also have PHP 5 and 7, OpenSSL. There's a lot of things that come with MAMP. Now, if you are on Linux, then there are some other tools that might be useful. If you do a search for LAMP, then you could find some useful information. If you do a search for LAMP PHP, then that will avoid all of the real light lamps. But LAMP stands for Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. There's also WAMP, which is Windows, Apache, MySQL, and PHP, but LAMP is for Linux. Just do a search, and somewhere in here you'll find something that will make it easier to get started with those technologies on Linux. So after you have MAMP installed, then all you have to do is just restart your computer and start it up. And I'm going to do that. And one of the really cool things about MAMP is that we don't have to always have it running. That's one of the things that if you install Apache on your computer, it is always running, unless if you turn it off. That's why some developers will actually have a completely separate box for their development server. They will install Apache, MySQL, or whatever database engine that they need to on this other computer so that their main computer isn't running all of these things all of the time. But MAMP makes it easy to turn it on and turn it off. If you go to Preferences, then you can have the choice of to start the servers when starting MAMP. You can also stop the servers when quitting MAMP. And there's a few other things here. Now in PHP, we're going to be using the version 7.0. That's actually not the latest version. I believe it's 7.0.2, but 7.0 is going to be fine. There's also some other options that we could set. Now this document root is very important. This is where all of our documents are going to exist. So in the next lesson, whenever we create our first PHP page, we're going to do so inside of this htdocs folder. But that's basically it. Once you get MAMP installed and it's running, you can see that the Apache server is running, the MySQL server is running. If you click on Open Start Page, that's going to fire up your default browser. It's going to go to localhost/MAMP, and this is what we have. This is a website running on our computer. If you click on PHP Info, this is going to give us all of the information about the PHP installation. And there's really nothing to note here, at least for our purposes. As you get more acquainted with PHP, then some of this information is very useful. So that is what we are going to use in this course, MAMP. It makes getting started with PHP, Apache, MySQL very easy. In the next lesson, we are going to start writing our first PHP page. In the previous lesson, we installed a utility called MAMP, which makes it easier to get started with PHP development on Windows and Mac OS. And now that we have MAMP installed, we can start writing PHP code. Now, the first thing we want to do is ensure that MAMP is running, and you also want to make sure that the servers are running. Now, we don't care about MySQL server, but Apache server is vital because that is how we are going to access our files through HTTP. So ensure that that is running. There is an indicator there to show you that it is running. You should also go to Preferences and then go to the Web Server tab and make note of this path. This is the document root. This is where we put all of our documents so that we can access them through HTTP. Now you don't want to close this, just minimize it, and then let's go to that path and we will see what's there. So mine is cmamp and then htdocs, and there's nothing there. So we are going to add the first file. So you want to fire up your code editor. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code, and I've already pointed it to that folder. So I'm going to add a new file, and I'm going to call it index.php. Now, there is something called a default document. Every web server has it, and that's basically the document that it is going to serve if you don't specify a document. Like, for example, let me go ahead and delete this file. And let's open up the browser, and we're going to go to just localhost. That is going to access our website. So localhost, there is no port there. And we're going to see index of, and then just a slash. This means that we are at the root of our website. And right now, we don't have a default document, which would be index. So we would see all of the files within this directory. Now we don't have any files there, so let's add one. But let's not call it index. Let's call it foo.php. And if we go back to the browser and refresh, we are going to see foo.php listed here. So we would see everything in this directory until we added the default document. Now we could go here and we could say localhost / foo.php, and then that would take us to that foo page. But the default document is what would be used if you don't specify any document in the request. So let's get rid of foo, and we are going to add index.php, and this is our file. So we can type anything in here. This is the index, and this is exactly what we are going to see in the browser. Now, this is not PHP code. Even though the file extension is PHP, this is just text. So we can come in here and we can actually have our HTML markup. So we can have HTML, then let's have body, and then we could have a P element that says, hello, Apache web server, and then let's close that. And this is going to be an HTML document that we see in the browser. Of course, it looks pretty normal. That's because we don't have anything fancy, no CSS or anything like that. But this is HTML. But for right now, we don't care about HTML, we care about PHP. So whenever we want to switch into PHP code, we have to have some delimiters, something that says that, okay, this block of text is special, so we want to treat it as PHP. We do that with an opening angle bracket followed by a question mark, and really that's good enough, but the best practice is to say PHP. So we have an open angle bracket, question mark, PHP, and then this says that anything after this delimiter is going to be PHP. So if we just type something here, and we can see that Visual Studio doesn't like this. But if we go back to the browser and refresh, then, Now here we can see that we have a response code of 500. That means that something on the server went wrong. Whenever you have PHP, Ruby, Python, ASP.NET, and you have 500, that means that something is wrong with your code. And that's because that this is not valid PHP code. We are now within the PHP code block. We need to write PHP. Now we could end our PHP code block with a question mark followed by a closing angle bracket. And then this is after PHP. And then our PHP code would be inside of here. So we can go back to the browser and refresh, and we're not going to get that error 500 anymore. Instead, we see that this is after PHP. But we don't see anything before it because we didn't have any PHP code written here. So let's do that. Our first line of PHP code is going to use something called echo. This is a function that we can execute that writes whatever it is that we want to write to the browser. Actually, that's not technically correct. We are actually outputting data to the response stream, but practically it's being written to the browser. So here we say echo. This is a function that we are calling, and then we want to echo some text. So we begin with a string. Now, strings in PHP can start and end with a pair of double quotes, but the standard practice is to use single quotes. So we will have echo and then a single quote. This is inside PHP. Then we have the closing single quote, and then we end the line with a semicolon. So let's save that. Let's go back to the browser, and now we will see two pieces of text, although it looks like it's still on one line. It says that this is inside PHP, and then this is after PHP. And if we look at the source, we can see that they are indeed on two different lines, but of course, the browser, as it renders this text, is going to do so all in one line. Well, let's add some visual difference between these two phrases. And whenever we echo something, we could include HTML. So let's put, this is inside PHP, inside an opening and closing P tag. And then let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh, and we will see that HTML is rendered. And so now you've written your first line of PHP code. It was very simple, but we all have to start somewhere. A couple of lessons ago, I mentioned that the server side is primarily for processing data. And in the previous lesson, we did nothing like that. We just wrote a single line of PHP code that output some HTML. And it's not very useful. So we're going to move towards the goal of taking user input and doing something with it. And in this lesson, we're going to look at two things. We are going to, first of all, look at creating a function and also how to create a variable. So the first thing you need to ensure is that MAMP is running. Otherwise, our code is not going to execute. And let's create a new file inside of our index.php. So let's just call this message.php. And let's go ahead and start this file with the opening PHP tag. Now, unlike the other file, we aren't going to have a closing tag because for right now, this file is going to contain nothing but pure PHP code. And it is the best practice, or it is considered best practice, I should say, that for a file that has nothing but PHP code to omit the closing PHP tag. So we're going to have the opening tag and then nothing else. Now, the reason why we didn't do that in the index.php file is because we have more than just PHP. Yes, we have PHP, but we also have some content here. So we can't just omit the ending tag, otherwise it's going to think that this is PHP code as well. So if you have a file that is nothing but PHP code, you can omit the closing tag. Okay, so let's first of all talk about creating a function. We start with the keyword function, and then we have the name of our function. Now, this is going to be a function that we are going to use to get a message that we will eventually display within the browser. So we're going to call it getMessage. And we could call this function a variety of things. First of all is getMessage using what's called camel case, where you have multiple names or multiple words within the name of a function. The first word begins with a lowercase, and then all of the other words begin with an uppercase. That's why it's called camel case, because we have a hump here. And if we called this getMessage today, then we would have another hump here for today. Now, used to, PHP functions would look something like this. They would be all lowercase, and we would say get underscore and message. So all of the words would be separated by an underscore. And then you will also see some functions that have nothing at all. It would just be get message like that. And if you go ahead and look at the PHP documentation, let's go to php.net. If you ever want to find a function that is built into PHP, this is the place to go, because you can go to the search box, and let's say that you want to get the time of day. Well, you can just start typing. If you say get time, and there you go. There is a function called get time of day. But notice that it is all lowercase. There's nothing separating the words. It is all just jammed together. However, if we look at something else, let's look at get
there's underscore browser. So here we see the underscore separating the words, and then we would find some camel casing as well, I would imagine. That's one of the things about PHP that a lot of people criticize, is that it's not consistent. If you look at .NET, Ruby, and some other languages and platforms, the libraries that you have at your disposal are very consistent, and PHP is not. You just have to know what function you're looking for, and if you don't know, then you can always search for it here. Okay, so let's go back to our code. We have the function keyword followed by our name. I'm going to use camel casing here. And then we have a pair of parentheses. Now, we could accept data so that whenever we call this function, then we could pass data to it so that it could work with that data. And we will eventually get there. But for right now, we're just going to have an empty parameter list. So we have nothing inside of the parentheses. And then we denote the body of the function with an opening and closing curly brace. So we've just created a function, and let's do something. This is getting a message, so we are going to echo a message, and we'll say that this is inside get message, and that will be our message that we are going to get. So if we go to the browser, let's go to /message, and we aren't going to see anything at all. And that's because even though we have a function inside of our PHP code, we don't call that function. Now, one other thing that I didn't really point out in the previous lesson, if you look at the source code of this page, there's nothing here. That's because that we don't have any HTML. The only thing that we have inside of this file is PHP, and PHP never makes it to the browser. Well, there are some circumstances where your PHP code could be displayed in the browser, but for the most part, if you have PHP code, that is server-side code. That's there for the server's purpose. Okay, so we have our function, but we haven't done anything with it. So let's go ahead and let's call that. And we simply call our function by using its name, followed by a pair of parentheses, and then a semicolon to end the statement. Let's save the file. We'll go back to the browser. We'll refresh, and we can see our message. This is inside get message. So this is the basis of creating a function. You start with the function keyword, followed by the name of the function. You have your parameter list contained within a pair of parentheses. We have an empty parameter list right now, and then the function body is delimited with an opening and closing curly brace. Okay, so now let's create a variable. Now, some other languages have a keyword called var, and PHP has a var keyword. But if you are just creating a variable, you don't use the var keyword. Instead, you just create the variable. And in PHP, variable names begin with a $sign. This is a requirement. We can't create a variable without the $sign. So if we say that this is a variable, it's not a variable because it doesn't begin with a $sign. So we'll have $sign. We'll call this variable message. And then instead of echoing our string literal here, we're going to take that string and assign it to our message variable so that then we can echo message. And we will essentially have the same output. The only difference here is that we have stored our message in a variable, and we are using our variable whenever we echo that message to the browser. So let's go back, let's refresh, and we have the same results. So in this lesson, you learned two things: how to define a function and how to define a variable. In the next lesson, we are going to look at adding parameters to our function. We are going to allow it to accept data so that then our function can do something with that data. So not only are we going to look at parameters, but we will also look at making decisions in PHP. In the previous lesson, we created a variable and we also created a function. And all that function does right now is display a message. Wouldn't it be cool, though, if we changed the function so that depending upon the time of day, it would display a different message? So in order for that to occur, the getMessage function needs to know what time of day it is. And the best way to do that is to pass a value to that function that denotes a certain time of day. Now we would do that by simply passing a value to the function whenever we call it. So we will have get message followed by an open parentheses and then the value. So let's say that 0 would be morning. So if we pass 0 to get message, then that would denote morning. So the get message function would then display a message that says something like good morning. Now, in order to make that work, the get message function needs to denote that it accepts a value. And we do that by adding a parameter in between the opening and closing parentheses. So this is going to represent the time of day. So let's just call it time of day. And a parameter looks a lot like a variable. In fact, for all intents and purposes, it is a variable. So inside of this function, we can use this time of day variable just like we would this message variable. So now that we know what time of day it is, we need to decide what message to display based upon what time of day it is. To do that, we need to make a decision, and decisions are made with a special keyword called if. So basically, we're going to say if time of day is equal to 0, which means morning, then we want to display a certain message. So in code, it starts with if, and then we have what's called the condition. The condition is something that is going to result in either true or false. So our condition in this case is going to be if time of day is equal to 0. We are comparing time of day to the value of 0. And notice that we are doing so using two equal signs. We aren't using a single equal sign because what that means is we would be assigning the value of 0 to time of day. And that is not what we want to do. We want to compare time of day with 0. So we have two equal signs there. And then we have an opening and closing curly brace. So that if this condition is true, then the code inside of these curly braces is going to execute. So in this case, we can say that our message is equal to good morning. And that's all that we would need to do there. Now, this is a little cryptic because we have the value of 0 and we don't really know what that value means if we are just looking at the code, or rather, if somebody else is looking at our code. So what we are going to do is add a comment. It's really just some text that is for our purposes so that we can explain our code. It's not there for PHP. In fact, PHP is going to ignore our comment. But here we can say that 0 is equal to morning. And that way, whenever we come back and revisit this code at a later time, or somebody else is looking at our code, they can say that, okay, we are seeing that if this is morning. Now, ideally, we want to avoid comments as much as possible, because that basically means that our code isn't very readable. But in this case, it's a good idea, just so that we know that 0 is morning. Now, if the time of day is not equal to 0, then we want to do something else. And we do that with a keyword called else. After the closing curly brace of the if code block, we have else. And then we have another code block. So we have a code block for the if statement that executes if the condition is true. Then we have an else block that will execute if the condition is false. So if time of day is equal to 1, then we could say that it's afternoon. So then our message could be good afternoon. But you know, there are more times of day than just morning and afternoon. There's evening, and then some people consider night to be the final part of the day. So in this case, let's say that we also want to check to see if it's evening as well. Well, we can't really do that here because we have a check to see if the time of day is 0, and if that's not true, then we are automatically just saying that, okay, then it's afternoon. Now, inside of this else block, we could have another if statement, and we could say that if time of day is equal to 1, then we would display good afternoon, and then we could have another else block there, and that could be used for evening. But there's a better way to do that, so let's get rid of that. And instead of saying just else here, we're going to say else if, so that we can test for another condition. And all we have to do is just write that other condition. If time of day is equal to 1, then we have the afternoon. So then we can say that our message is equal to good afternoon. Let's go ahead and add a comment that says that 1 is equal to afternoon. And then we could have an else statement. But we could also add yet another else if. So if we wanted to say that if time of day is equal to 3, then that would be nighttime, and we could add good night. But let's not do that. Instead, we're just going to have a normal else statement, and we are going to set message is equal to good evening. So there are 3 possible outcomes of executing get message. If the time of day is 0, then we will have good morning. If time of day is 1, then we will have good afternoon. Otherwise, we will have good evening. So let's go ahead and execute this. We're already passing 0 to get message. So let's go to the browser, refresh the page, and we see good morning. So let's pass the value of 1 to get message, and we should see good afternoon. But we don't. We see good evening. So something is wrong with our code, because that is not what is supposed to happen. So we need to look at this, and the else if is fine. The time of day equals 1, and I see the problem. We have a lowercase d here for time of day. And this is a very good lesson, because PHP is case sensitive. There is a difference between time of day with a capital D and time of day with a lowercase d. As far as PHP is concerned, they are 2 different variables. So because time of day was not 0, and because time of day with a lowercase d is not 1, because we didn't create that, we didn't assign it a value, so that is obviously false, it defaulted to good evening. So we need to change this to an uppercase D. Let's go back to the browser, and now we should see good afternoon. And then we can pass anything other than 0 or 1, and we should get evening. Let's just do the value of 2, and we will see good evening. So now we have a function that is processing data. It is accepting data and doing something with that by displaying a message based upon the time of day. The only thing we need to do now is let the user choose what time of day it is so that we can get that information from the user and then display our message. And we will do that in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, we modified our getMessage function so that it will actually process data. It accepts a numeric value, and then it displays a message based upon that value. So all we need now is a page so that the user could choose what time of day it is, morning, afternoon, or evening. And then we will take that information and display the appropriate message. So we're going to start with the markup. Now, I've already gone ahead and written the markup. It's in a file called markup.html, and this is, of course, going to be part of the code download. So you can feel free to start with this HTML. And just to go over it, there's a form. It has a name of the form. There is no action set yet. We will be doing that here in a few moments. And the method is set to post. So this is going to send a post request to whatever we set as the action. Inside of the form, there is a select element. Its name is time-selection, and there are 3 options, morning, afternoon, and evening, and the values for those options are 0, 1, and 2. So this is where we are going to get our data from this value attribute for these options. And then there is a submit button, and that's it. So let's take this markup, and let's create a new file. Let's call this gettime.php, and let's just paste this HTML in. Now, we are going to mix HTML and PHP together so that we can actually process data within the same file and output data. But if you'll remember, our getMessage function isn't in this file. It's inside of the message.php file. Well, we can include a PHP file inside of another PHP file. It's very simple to do. But first, let's go ahead and let's get rid of this call to getMessage inside of message.php, because we don't want to call this function unless if the user has submitted the form. So inside of message.php, we are just going to have this getMessage function. Let's go back to getTime.php. And at the very top, we are going to include our message.php file. So we're going to start with our PHP opening tag, and then we are going to call a function simply called include. And we specify the file that we want to include, that is message.php, and that is going to include that file. So that now inside of this getTime page, we have access to getMessage. So if we wanted to, we could go ahead and call getMessage, pass a value of 2, and we will see the good evening message at the very top. So let's change this to getTime. We have our form, but also we see good evening at the top. And the reason why is because we called that function, and it is going to call regardless of whether or not the user submits that form. Now, we only want to call this function when the user submits the form, so let's not call it there. Instead, we want to check for when the user submits the form. That is a post request. And we can check for a post request very easily. We are going to make a decision here. If it is a post request, then we are going to execute the getMessage function. So we are going to use the if statement, and we want to know what type of request was made. Now, there is a global variable called _server, and this gives us a lot of information about the server. In this case, we want to get the type of request that was made. So we have $_server and then a pair of square brackets. And inside of the square brackets, we are going to say that we want the request underscore method. So this _server variable is available everywhere. This is a global variable that we have access to. And we are getting the request method from the server, and we want to see if that is equal to post. And if it is, then we are going to execute our getMessage function. However, we need to know what value to pass to getMessage. So in order to do that, we are first of all going to create a variable. Let's just call it value, just to be simple. And we are going to use another global variable. It's called _post. So for post requests, we can use this _post variable to get anything from the form that was posted to this page. And in this case, we want to get this select value. So whatever option is selected here, that value is going to be sent with the name of time-selection. So just like we used the square brackets for the _server variable, and we said request method, we're going to do the same thing for the _post variable. But instead, we're going to use the name of our select box, which is time-selection, and that is going to give us the value that was selected. So that then we can pass the value variable to getMessage, and that will display our message. So let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. Now, what we just did was a GET request. The majority of requests that we make are GET requests. If you go to tutsplus.com and press enter, that is a GET request. If you go to google.com and press enter, that is a GET request. A POST request is usually made from a form, and that is what we are doing here. And the difference is how the data is sent with a request. With a GET request, all of the data is part of the URL. You've probably seen URLs that have the host and then perhaps a file, like in this case, and then a question mark, and then there might be foo equals bar, or something along those lines. That is how you get data in the request using a GET request. A POST request is different. You don't see that as part of the URL. Instead, it is sent as part of the request body. And so in this case, we're going to choose one of these values. Let's choose afternoon. Whenever we submit, that's going to send a POST request back to this same page, and we see good afternoon here at the top. Now, that's not very useful. Instead of showing this at the top, it would be nice to see it down here at the bottom, because, this really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So let's go back to our code. And let's modify our getMessage function so that instead of just echoing the value, it's going to return the value. This means that whenever we call getMessage, it's going to give us back a value that we can then use. So whenever we call getMessage inside of getTime, we want to create a variable and store the result of calling getMessage in that variable. So let's just call that message. So we have message equals getMessage, and then we want to display the message somewhere within the body of the page. Let's do that after the form, and let's use a p element to display that. So here we have a couple of options. The first is to echo our value. So we will have our PHP tag, then we will say echo, and then message, and that will work. So let's go back to the browser and let's see that in action. Now, if we just refresh this, the browser is going to ask, okay, your last request to this was a post request. Do you want to resend that same request? In our case, we could do that. That's fine. If we hit continue, then we can see that our last request was for good afternoon, but instead of seeing it at the top before the actual content within the page, we see it below the form. And if we look at the markup, we are going to see this p element that has our good afternoon message after the form. So right where we wanted it to go. However, there's an easier way to do this. Instead of having the PHP tag, let's just get rid of PHP here. And instead of saying echo, we are going to use an equal sign. This is a shorthand version of echoing data. So we have open angle bracket, question mark, equal sign, our message variable, and then the closing tag for our code. And that is going to give us the same exact results. So if we refresh, this is going to submit that good afternoon request again. If we continue, we see the same thing. If we resubmit this form with morning selected, we see good morning. If we go to evening and submit, we see good evening. So now we have an application that not only processes data, but it processes user input. Now, of course, this is a very simple example, but it gives you a starting point for writing your applications. You can take the concepts that we have talked about and apply them. One of the primary functions of the server is to process data. That data could be coming from the user, and a lot of times it is. But most of the time, if we're working with data, it resides either on the server itself or it resides on another server. Now, we refer to where we store our data as a data store. A data store could be files on the file system. And in fact, a lot of early PHP applications did just that. They stored all of their information on the file system. But most of the time, if you're storing data, you're going to use a database. And at the beginning of this course, I briefly talked about different types of databases. We have what are called relational databases. These are also called SQL databases. And there are many different types of SQL databases. There's MySQL, which is what we are going to be working with in this course. And it's also the standard database to use with PHP applications. There's also Microsoft SQL. Microsoft has their own SQL database, which is also very good. Oracle has one. Now, Oracle also owns MySQL, but don't confuse that with Oracle's SQL database. They are two separate products. In fact, Oracle bought MySQL. So you can say that Oracle owns MySQL, but they didn't create MySQL. There's also something called Postgres or something along those lines. That's also a SQL database. That's also a really cool database to use. But I digress. IBM has a SQL database. There are a ton of SQL databases, and you can use all of them with your PHP applications. But most of the time, you're going to be using MySQL databases. So we have relational databases, which are also SQL databases. Now, SQL stands for Structured Query Language. You could say SQL, but it's easier to just say SQL. And then there are what are called document databases, and these are typically referred to as NoSQL. So whenever we start talking about selecting and inserting and updating, we are going to be using SQL commands to do all of those things. And when it comes to document databases, There are no relationships between the data that you store. There's also no commands that you issue as far as selecting information or updating or inserting new information. So we group all of those different types of databases as NoSQL databases. So we are going to be using what's called a relational database. Now, a database is just a collection of different pieces of information, but it's a lot more than that. It's not just pieces of information. It's more like an entity. Let's say, for example, that we're going to write a blog application. So we would create a database called blog, and then we would store all of the data for our blog inside of this database. But it is organized into separate entities. We want to break things down into logical pieces. Like, for example, when you create a blog, well, one of the things you need is to be able to keep track of the users so that they can log in, they can create posts, edit posts, and delete posts. So you need to store the users that are going to have permission to do those things with your blog. You also need to be able to store the different posts, because that's how you're going to store all of the content for your website. Now, if you weren't going to use a third-party tool for comments, you could also store your comments. And if you wanted a robust system of permissions, you would have a table for permissions, and so on and so forth. But then these individual logical pieces break down into smaller pieces of information. Like, for example, our users would have several different pieces, like a first name and a last name and an email address. A post would have a title. It would have the content of the post, and it would also have a reference to the user that created it. So we could also say that the posts would have user information. And then comments, well, we would have contents of the comment. Some comments, or at least some comment systems, allow you to have a title for the comment, and comments are typically linked to posts. So we could have some information about the post that comment is for. So what you end up with is a database that has what are called tables. And these tables are just organized pieces of data. And we call each one of these individual pieces of data as a column. So at the top, we have a database. A database contains tables, and a table contains columns. So we are going to be working with the MySQL database that was installed whenever we installed MAMP. And we can manage our database in a variety of different ways. Now, by default, nothing is given to us if we just installed the MySQL database engine. We would have the engine, we might have a command line tool, and some database admins would love to use the command line. But for us developers, we need something a little bit more easier to use because, well, databases can be a little cumbersome to work with if you don't have a graphical tool. So if you go to MAMP and then open Start Page, that's going to take you to the Welcome page for MAMP. Go to Tools, and then there's this PHP MyAdmin. Now, PHP MyAdmin has been around for a very, very, very long time. And it is one of the ways that we can work with a MySQL database. Now, this was automatically installed for us with MAMP. It's already set up so that it refers to our MySQL installation, so we don't have to do anything as far as configuration is concerned. So we're going to create a blog database, and it's basically going to follow some of what we've done here. We're going to have our blog, we're going to have a users table, and then a posts table. So over on the left-hand side, we want to create a new database. So we will click on New, and then we want to specify the database name, blog in this case. Now, the collation, we're just going to use the defaults. Frankly, I have no idea what this does. I know it changes some of the way that data is stored within the database, but the default is going to work 99.999% of the time. So after you create the database, then you need to create a table, and that is right where it takes us. So we want to name this table. We're going to call it users, and we have the amount of columns that we need. Well, if we look at our list here, we have the first name, we have the last name, and we have the email. So we need at least 3 columns, but we actually need 4 because there's something called a primary key. Now, every table needs a primary key. A primary key is something that you use to refer to an individual record within the table. And it's just a unique identifier that you can use to quickly find a record. And some developers think that not all tables need a primary key, but at some point in time, you will want a primary key. So it's just easier to add a primary key to your table whenever you create it. So the primary key is an identifier, and we typically just use the column name of ID. That is the identifier. The type of data that the ID is going to be an integer. It's going to automatically increment every time we add a new user to our table. So that's going to be an int. We don't need to set the length or the values, but we do need to scroll over because we want to check this a_i. This stands for auto increment. And if we click on this, then it's going to pop up this add index. So when you have a database table, you have what's called an index. An index allows the database server to find something quicker. So because we are setting up our primary key, our identifier, it's going to create an index on our identifier so that we can quickly find a user with a given identifier. And we're just going to click on go. We'll just take the defaults because that's really all that we need, and then we'll go on from there. So the next thing is going to be our first name. So let's have first_name. That is the convention with MySQL databases. If you have 2 names, or rather 2 words within a name, you use an underscore. So first name, but in this case, it's not an integer. This is text data. But we don't want to use text because that is a ton of text. Instead, we want to use a varchar. This allows us to choose the size of the data that we want to store so that we aren't storing a ton of information. So a first name, let's say that we want a limit of 25 characters for our first name, and that should be fine. And if we scroll over, there is an option for null. Now, what null means is we could have a column that could either have a value or it could be null. And that typically means that there is no value there. Now, in the case of our first name, we can say that every user needs to have a first name, in which case we would leave null unchecked. So we're going to do just that. And we're going to do the same thing for last name. This is going to be a varchar. Let's make this a length of 50 just in case, because last names can be lengthier than first names, especially if you have hyphenated names or anything like that. And then we're going to have an email address. Just to be safe, we're going to make this a length of 25. Now, just in case I wasn't clear before, we're using a varchar instead of a text, because whenever we create a new record within this table, it's going to allocate the maximum amount available for that column. So a text is a huge chunk of text. And if we choose text, then it is going to allocate a huge amount for the first name. And we don't need that. We just need about 25 characters. So that's going to be fine. So for every new record we create, the first name can be 25 characters. It can be less than 25 characters, but it's going to allocate 25 characters for the first name. It's going to allocate 50 characters for the last name and 75 for the email. Not more, not less. Now, if we wanted to add any comments, this table stores users, then that will be fine. We can save, and then that has created our users table. And here we can see our table structure. So we have this little key next to ID. That's our primary key, first name, last name, and email. Well, in the next lesson, we are going to create another table, one for storing our posts. And we will set up the relationship between our posts table and our users table. In the previous lesson, you were introduced to databases, and more specifically, the MySQL database. We used a web-based tool called PHP MyAdmin To manage our MySQL database, this was automatically installed for us by MAMP, so we didn't have to go through any setup there. And we created a database and created a table inside of that database. Now, before we create our second table, let's briefly recap the terms that I just threw at you in the previous lesson, just so that they'll be fresh on your mind, and also because some of the terms that I will throw at you in this lesson is somewhat similar to what we talked about in the previous lesson. So let's start with a database. A database is just a container of information for what is typically an individual application or a specific thing. So we created a blog database. This would be a database for our blog application. That is what a blog is. It is a web application. So inside of this database, we would have what are called tables to store individual logical groups of information or entities. So all of our user information would be inside of a table. All of our posts would be inside of a table. Comments would be inside of a table. Permissions, and so on and so forth. So inside of these tables, we have what are called columns. So a table is made up of individual pieces called columns. These columns can contain numeric data, it can contain alpha, it can also contain binary or date time. There's a lot of different choices when it comes to creating columns. And inside of our users table, we have 4 columns. The first is the ID. This is the primary key of our table. Primary keys are very important because that is the primary way that you find records within a table. Every record will have a unique ID so that you can refer to that record very easily. And if you'll remember from the previous lesson, I said that every table needs to have a primary key. Even if you don't think your table needs one, it does, because there is going to be some point within your application's life that you will want to reference a table by the primary key. So we created one called ID. It is an integer, and it automatically increments that ID with every new record. The second and third columns are called first name and last name. These are text data, but they are limited in size. These are varchar. And the reason why we wanted to limit them in size is because the database is going to allocate the full amount of storage that we specify. So we have a varchar of 25. So for the first name, the database is going to create a column that can be 25 characters long. It can be shorter than that, but it cannot be longer than that. These limits are there so that you don't store more information than what you actually need. We also have an email, which is a varchar as well. So in this lesson, we're going to create a posts table, one that's going to contain all of our posts. So let's click on the new link over here on the left-hand side, and let's call this table name posts. Now, our first column is going to be ID because we need a primary key. It is going to be an integer, and we will just scroll on over and check this AI, the auto increment. This is going to pop up this add index dialog. We'll just take the defaults, and now we have our primary key. So let's think about what we need as far as a post is concerned. We have a title, we have content. It would also be nice to know when that post was created, and we also need to know who created that. So let's start with the title. So the title is pretty easy. This is text data, but we don't want to use the text type because that is going to allocate a huge amount of space for the title, and we don't want that. So we want to use varchar, and let's see, 25, let's make this 35. I mean, typically our titles aren't going to be very long, but 35 should be long enough. And we could also make this a nullable column, meaning that we could store nothing inside of this column, but every post should have a title. So we are going to leave the null checkbox unchecked. The next thing is the content. Now, the content is going to be a large amount of data. It might not be a large amount of data, but we need to be able to store a large amount of data. So in this case, we can choose the text type. This also needs to not be null because every post should have content. And now let's have a column that will allow us to know when the post was created. So we'll call this date_created. And we have several different types here. We have a date, we have a date time, and we have a timestamp, a time, and a year. Now, the date, time, and the timestamp are what we would be more interested in because we want to know when the post was created. That means the date and the time. Now, a date time field is, or a column rather, is going to store the date and time inside of that column. A timestamp is just a timestamp, and you can read these toolboxes. A timestamp is the amount of seconds since the Unix epoch. So if you did a timestamp, you would have to take that timestamp and then convert that into a date and time whenever you are displaying information in the browser. So a date time might be a better choice in this case. So we're going to choose date time. A date time field can be null, but we don't want that to be null because we want to know when the post was created. Let's look at the default values. We have null and current timestamp. Now this might seem a little weird because we're using a date time. We can also use a timestamp, but one of the default values is current timestamp. Well, in our case, we want to use current timestamp. Now, a default value is exactly what it means. It's a default value, so that whenever we create a new post record, the database can automatically populate the date created column with the current time and the current date. And that's what we want. So we're going to have a default time, or rather a default date and time, based upon the current timestamp. And as I said earlier, we do not want this to be null, but we also need to be able to store the user who created this post. So we want to go up to the top. We want to add one column. So let's click on Go. And we now have another column. So how do we reference our user? I mean, do we do so by the email address, the first name, the last name, or a combination between those? Well, no, we don't. This is where the primary key comes into play. What we do here is we reference the ID of the user. This is called a foreign key. So in the case of our posts table, we have a primary key called ID, and then we are going to have a foreign key called author ID. So it's called a foreign ID because it is the ID of a foreign table. A foreign table is a table not of posts. So we're going to call this author ID. This is an integer. It cannot be null because a post has to have an author, and that's going to be it. So for our table comments, we don't have to put this if we don't want to, but we can say our blog posts. We are going to insert a new user. We don't need to put anything in ID, but we do need a first name. So let's do Jeremy. Let's do last name, McPeak. And then let's say jeremy@mcpeak.com. This is going to be a user that we are creating. And we will click on Go. And now we have a record inside of our users table. So if we look right here, we can see that we have an ID of 1. First name is Jeremy, last name is McPeak, email is jeremy@mcpeak.com. Now that's not my email address, so don't worry about that. So if we wanted to change any of this information, we could, except for the ID, and it would still refer to the same user, if you will. So that means that inside of the posts table, if we use the ID, a user can change their first name, their last name, their email address, and it is still going to refer to that same user as the author of a given post. Because IDs don't change. That is the whole idea of a primary key. And when we reference that primary key in another table, we call that a foreign key. So now we have a users table and a posts table. And while we have some data inside of the users table, we don't really have any inside of the posts table. And so in the next lesson, we are going to start looking at actual SQL commands so that we can insert data into our posts table. I have yet to meet a developer who likes SQL. It is just something that most developers don't like, and that might seem a little weird, but the more that you use SQL, chances are the more you're going to dislike it. Now, that is a generalization. I'm sure that there are some developers who like to use SQL, but most do not. So I'm just going to throw that out there. So if you start to see this and you think, oh, well, I don't want to do that, well, tough, because this is how we do things. However, there is a trend that is called ORM. It stands for Object Relational Mapping. Basically, it's a framework or a library that hides all of the messiness of SQL so that you just use pure code to interact with your database. So in our case, we would just write PHP and we wouldn't have to worry about any SQL at all. The Object Relational Mapping framework is going to handle all of that for us. But unfortunately, trends change. Fundamentals do not. So I'm going to show you the fundamental commands for interacting with a database. And in this lesson, we're going to start with what's called insert. But before we get into that, we have four main commands, and they are for creating, reading, updating, and deleting. And if you take the first letters of those words, you end up with CRUD. So as you're reading any articles or books and you see CRUD in all uppercase, that typically means create, read, update, and delete. Those are the four main things that we do with any data store. It's not just SQL, but it's any data store. So as far as creating in a database or a SQL database, we have the command insert. For reading, we have select. For updating, we have update, and then for deleting, we have delete. Now, I'm using all uppercase here, but SQL is not case sensitive. So these could be in all lowercase, or you can have an uppercase letter to start the command, and then all lowercase after. It doesn't matter. It's case insensitive. However, the tradition is that we specify all commands and keywords with uppercase letters. That way we can easily identify what it is inside of a SQL command, because basically we're going to build a command with several words. And in the case of an insert command, there are several different pieces involved with that command. So I'm going to use all uppercase for any command or any keyword. So when it comes to inserting data, we are inserting data into a database table. So we need two things. We need where we want to insert that data into and the data that we are going to insert. So we start with the insert keyword, then we use the into keyword. So we are inserting into whatever table that we want. We are going to insert into our posts table. And then we specify the columns that we are going to insert data into. And in our case, we have title, we have content, and we have author ID. Now, we have some other columns as well. We have ID, and we also have date created. But we don't have to specify values whenever we are inserting for those columns because they have a default value. The date created has a default value of the current timestamp, and the ID is going to be automatically incremented whenever we insert a new record. So we don't have to insert any data for ID or date created, but for title, content, and author ID, we do. So we have insert into posts. We specify the columns that we are going to insert data into, and then we have a keyword called values. And then after values, we have a set of parentheses, and inside of these parentheses are the corresponding values. Now, the order in which we specify the columns doesn't matter. If we wanted to specify the content first, and then the author ID, and then the title, we could do that. However, the values have to match the order in which we specified the columns. So just keep that in mind. I typically go with the order of the columns in the table. That's just my habit and my practice. You can come up with your own. But the main thing to remember is that our values have to be in the same order as our columns. So our title, we want a title, and we can say that this is the first post. Now, a string in SQL uses a single quote. It is not a double quote. So strings are single quoted. So we have our title, we have the content, and we'll just say that this is the content. Now I am separating each value with a comma, just like we separated the column names with a comma, and the spacing doesn't matter. You can remove the white space if you want to, but I typically use white space just like I would if I were writing code. So we have our title, we have our content, and now we need the author ID. Well, right now we just have one author, and that has an ID of 1. Now, you could have a semicolon at the end of a SQL statement. That signifies that this is the end of the statement, so that if you wanted to execute another statement, you could. But in our case, this is all we're going to do. We are going to just run this insert command. So let's copy this. And let's head on over to PHP, my admin, and we are going to go to this SQL tab. Now, I am in the posts database, so let's click on SQL, and you can see that it's automatically populated this with a select command, and we will go over that at a later time. But I'm just going to paste in this insert command, and we are going to press the go button, and hopefully everything is going to go as it should. It does. It says that one row was inserted. And if we go look at the Browse tab, let's do that. Here we see our data. The post has an ID of 1. That was automatically added by the database. We have a title. This is the first post. We have the content. This is the content. The date created. That is the timestamp that was used. And then we have the author ID. Now, if we wanted to specify a date, we could do that. We don't just have to say that we will rely upon the database to do that. So let's go back to the SQL tab. Let's paste back in our insert, and we're going to change the data here because this is no longer the first post. This is the second post. We'll still say that this is the content, but we also want to specify the date created. So we will add that to our column list that is after the content. So as far as our values are concerned, in between the content and the author ID, we want our date time. So in this case, let's have 2016. For the month, we will say May, and then for the day, the 22nd. So it is year-month-day. If we wanted to specify the time, we could do that as well with a space. And then let's say that this is 10:01 in the morning, and we could have the seconds there as well. So if we click on Go again, this is going to insert that data. And if we go back to the Browse tab, we can see the results. We have a second record. It has an ID of 2. Let's zoom in. This is the second post. This is the content, and then it has the date and time that we specified. And so now you know how to insert data into a table. In the next lesson, we're going to talk about the select command, and we're also going to start incorporating PHP. So we are going to select data and display that data in the browser. Now that we finally have some data in our database, we can start to query our database and display data within the browser. So this is where we finally start getting into PHP so that we can interact with our database. So we're going to need 2 files for this lesson. The first is index.php. This is going to be what is going to display our data to the user. The second file is going to be where we do all of our database stuff. So this is where we are going to connect to the database and then perform our query. Now, the first step in doing anything with a database is connecting to it, because you can't do anything if you aren't connected to it. So in order to connect to a database, we need a few pieces of information. The first is the computer where our database lives. And this could be an IP address or it could be a host name. In our case, we're just going to use localhost because that is where our MySQL database lives. Now, the variable name doesn't matter, but host is what you would typically see. Now, we also need the username and the password because not everybody has the ability to see the data within our database. They have to be authenticated in order to do anything with our database. So we need the username and password. The default username and password is root, at least as far as our MAMP installation is concerned. This is definitely something that we would want to change, but really in a production environment, we wouldn't be using MAMP anyway. So root for the username and password is going to be fine. The next thing we need is the name of the database that we want to work with, and that is our blog database. So those are the 4 things we need in order to connect to a database. So let's write a function that is going to do all of the work as far as connecting to the database. It's going to perform our query for retrieving all of our posts and then returning them to whatever called the function. So let's just call this getPosts. And we want to reference these variables inside of our function, but we need to do that by using the global keyword. We're saying that, okay, we want to bring in these global variables. So we want host, we want username and password, and DB name. We need all of these so that we can then connect to our database. And we will do that with a variable. Some people use DB, some people use con, some people use connection. It really doesn't matter as long as you're consistent. I like to use DB because it is short. And whenever you connect to a MySQL database, well, you can do so in a variety of different ways. You can use an object-oriented approach, which is what we are going to be using, or you can use a more procedural approach, where you just call a bunch of functions in order to do the things that you need to do. Now, the reason why I like the object-oriented approach is because I like object-oriented programming. So this is probably going to be a little foreign to you unless if you have some experience with other object-oriented languages like JavaScript. So here we're going to create a new object called MySQLi. So we are going to say new and then MySQLi. And then whenever we call this constructor, we need to pass in all of our database information. So the first is the host, the second is the username, the third is the password, and then the fourth is the database name. So now we have connected to our database. And the next thing we want to do is actually perform our query. So we will do that with DB, and DB is an object. And if you're not familiar with object-oriented programming, it's rather simple, at least on a fundamental sense, because we work with objects on a daily basis, not just in programming, but in real life. You know, just pick anything, and that is an object. An object has properties. Those are things that typically describe the object. Like, for example, the keyboard that I'm using. The keyboard can be an object. It has several properties. One of those is that it's black. It has chiclet-style keys. And so we could keep going on and on about the different properties of an object. But an object also has methods. These are things that the object does. And in our case, our database object, we have a method simply called query. A query is, well, it's a query. We're going to request data from the database server, and then we need to specify our query. Now, a SQL query for retrieving information or reading information is select. If you'll remember from the previous lesson, we talked about CRUD, create, read, update, and delete. We are reading data from our database, and that is the select command. Now, whenever you select information, you have the ability to choose the information that you want to work with, and that information is columns. So we could specify all of the columns that we wanted to read. And we could do that very simply by saying that we want ID, we want title, content, and then date created. and that would be fine. But usually if you want to retrieve or read all of the information within a given record, we can just use an asterisk. So select and then asterisk. Then we need to specify where we want to select the data from. So we use the from keyword and then our table, and that is our posts table. So here we are getting a result by issuing a query to our database, and our query is to select all of the columns from our posts table. But this isn't going to give us the actual data. What we need to do then is fetch the data, and we can do so in a variety of different ways. But in our case, we're going to do what's called fetching an object so that we can still work with our data as they are objects. You can also retrieve them as an associative array so that you could use a different syntax to get to the data that you want. But since we're doing everything object-oriented, it kind of makes sense to do that. Now, we're going to use a while loop because basically what we want to do is iterate over every item within the result. Our result is going to select all of the data within our posts table. So right now we have 2 records, so this while loop is going to execute 2 times. If we had 10 records, it would execute 10 times. If we had 1,000, and well, you get the idea. So we're going to iterate over our results, and we're going to call each row. That just kind of makes sense. We could call it whatever we wanted to, but row is going to be fine. And we're going to use our result. We have an object here, and we're going to use a method called fetch object. This is going to give us our data as an object. Now, in our case, this is a function that we are going to call. So really what we want to do is create an array. An array is a collection of data, and that's really all it is. And we want to create an array. We want to populate that array with our data from the database and then return it. So let's create our array, and let's just call this records, and we'll just say array. A way to think of an array is kind of a database table in memory. Now that is an oversimplification, but in this particular case, that's kind of what we're going to be doing. And so inside of our while loop, we're going to say records equals our row, and that is going to populate our records array with each row that we are retrieving from the database. And so then we will finally just return our records. So this is our function. We are connecting to the database, we are reading data, and then returning that data from the caller. So let's go to index.php, and the first thing we want to do is include our database.php file, because we're going to use this in order to retrieve all of our records. So let's say var posts equals, and we're going to call get posts. That way this file is fairly clean. And then we just want our markup. So let's have an HTML tag. Let's have a body tag. And yeah, we need to do a few other things to make this valid, but this is going to be fine. So inside of our body, we want to just display all of our data. So we want to take our posts, we want to loop over them once again, and then we're going to output the information. So we need to switch into our PHP mode here. So inside of our HTML, we're just going to embed some PHP. We're going to use the for each loop, and we're going to say for every posts as post. So we're going to go over each item within our posts array. We're going to call each item post, which makes sense. And then we are simply going to display that data. Now, switching in and out of PHP and HTML is a little cumbersome, but in this case, it's going to get the job done. So now we are going to output the title. So we're going to use h2 elements for the title, and we're going to use a paragraph element for the content. So for every post, we're going to have a title and the content. And now we just need to output that information. So we will have the shorthand syntax for outputting a value. We're going to use our post and the title property. Our column names are properties with our object. And we will essentially do the same thing for our content. So we will just go down to our P element, and instead of the title, we are going to output the content. So let's hop on over to the browser. Let's refresh this page, and there we have our data. This is the first post, this is the second post. And unfortunately, I used the same content for both of those records. So let's change that. Let's head on over to phpMyAdmin and let's change the content of our second post. So instead of just saying that this is the content, we'll say that this is the content of the second post. Hooray. And we will save that. We will go back to Chrome. Let's refresh the page. And now we can see that we are definitely pulling both of the records that we have from the database. Well, in the next lesson, we are going to build upon what we did in this lesson. We are not only going to display all of our posts on the index page, but we will also display each individual post on a separate page. We're going to be passing data to that separate page, and we're also going to be validating that data. In the previous lesson, we read all of the records within our posts table and displayed them within a web page. This is the index page, which is typically where you do something like that. It doesn't matter if it's a blog or a news site or even a storefront. The index page is where you display all of, or at least a subset of whatever it is that your website is there for. And then you have individual pages for viewing the individual posts or the individual articles or products or whatever. So in this lesson, that's what we are going to do. We have our index page, but we want to turn our titles into links so that whenever we click on them, it will take us to a second page where we just see that single post. So let's first of all create a new file, and let's just call this page.php, or no, post.php. That is a little bit more descriptive. And let's add a link inside of our for each loop for each one of our posts. So this is going to look a little muddied, so I'm going to format this just a little bit, and we're going to have an A element with an href that points to post.php, but we need to pass the ID of the post that we want to view. And we do that with what's called the query string. Whenever you have a URL, you have a host, so that could be localhost in our case, or it could be whatever site.com. And then you have the path. The path could be one or multiple what look like directories, or it could be no directories, and it could also include a file name. So in this case, we have the host, localhost, we have the path, which is post.php, and then after the path, you can have the query string. It begins with a question mark, and then after the question mark, you have a series of query parameters. And in this case, we're going to have a query parameter called ID. So we will just say ID equals, and then as we are generating this content, we are going to put the post ID there. And then inside of our post.php file, we will retrieve that value and use that to display the post. So here we want to also output the ID of the post. So we will do that by just taking what we've already done for displaying the title and then just changing that to ID. And this is going to give us a link. So whenever we view this in the browser, we're going to see links. And if we look in the lower left-hand corner, we can see that the URL is being built correctly Both of these URLs have an ID query parameter, and they have the appropriate value. So if we click on either one of these, it's going to take us to post.php, but of course we haven't implemented that file, so we don't see anything there. So let's go to post.php, and let's actually take the code from index and paste it into post, because we're going to reuse some of this. Now, we are not going to retrieve all of our posts. Instead, we're going to write another function for retrieving an individual post. But we can also get rid of this for each loop because we are going to display a single post. We aren't going to have to loop over multiple ones, so we can get rid of that. And we can also really get rid of the link because we're already on that page. We don't need a link to that page, although that might be useful in a real world scenario. So this is what our page is going to look like. And the first thing that we need to do is retrieve the value of that ID query parameter. Well, we do that with the get array. We specify the query parameter that we want to retrieve, that is the ID. And so let's say that our ID equals, and we are using the get array to retrieve the ID. And then let's just go ahead and echo out ID so that we can see that we are indeed getting the appropriate value. So if we refresh, we see the value of 1 in this case. If we change the value passed for ID, we're going to see the value in the page. But also look at this. We can come in here and specify text as well. And in our case, that's not going to be very useful because the ID for a post is a numeric value. So we need to verify that the data being passed to our ID parameter is what we expect it to be. Never, ever, ever trust the information given to us by the user, because that is essentially what is being done here. The user is inputting data in the form of query parameters. Now, they may not physically type in that data, but it is still considered user input. So what we want to do is ensure that whatever is assigned to the ID query parameter is a numeric value. And it also needs to be a positive value because we don't have any negative numbers for our IDs. In order to validate our data, we're going to use a function called filter var. This is a very useful function because it allows us to validate a variety of different types of data. We can ensure that our data is a numeric value, either an integer or a floating point number. Floating point numbers are basically decimal numbers. You can also validate if the data is a valid email address or an IP address or a MAC address or a URL. There's a variety of options that we can use with the filter var function. So we're going to say that ID is equal to filter var, and then we're going to pass in ID. So we're going to take the information from our ID query parameter, we're going to pass that to filter var, and we are going to say that we want to ensure that this is a valid integer value. And if it is, then it's going to assign that integer value to ID. However, if it is an invalid value, so it could be something other than an integer value, it's going to assign the value of false. So we can do something like this. If ID is equal to false, then we have invalid data. So we're going to use something called die. This is basically just exit. And we'll say invalid input. Ideally, we would do something a bit more, but this is going to be fine in this case. But we also want to ensure that ID is also a positive number because IDs start with the value of 1. So we could use or. So if ID is equal to false, or if ID is less than 1, then it's invalid input. And we could test that. We can go to the browser, we can refresh this page, and we don't see anything, but that's exactly what we want because we aren't outputting anything like we did before. So the only time we output something is when the ID value is not valid. So if we say -1, we see that that is invalid input. If we pass in a string, that is invalid input. If we try a floating point number, that is invalid as well. So it has to be an integer value. So there we go. We have our data validated, which is what we want. And now we can write our function for retrieving an individual post. But before we do that, in order to retrieve an individual post, we have to do some of the same stuff that we are already doing, such as connecting to our database. So we can write a helper function that we can call then to create our database object. So we'll just call this getDB, and we will paste in that code. We will return our DB. And so inside of getPosts, we can say this, DB equals getDB. And then our code is going to work. That's going to also make it so that our code for retrieving an individual post is going to be a little cleaner as well. Let's call this getPost. We are expecting an ID, so we're going to have that as a parameter. And we don't have an array in this case. If there is a post with a given ID, then we're just going to have a single record. So we don't need our records array. We don't really need this while loop either. Instead, all we really want to do is say row equals, and we will fetch that object. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we will simply return our row. But we do need to address our query here, because we are no longer just selecting all of our posts. We want to retrieve a post with a given ID. So we have select all from posts, then we say where, and then our condition. In this case, we want to say that our column ID is equal to the value that we are passing to this function, ID. So let's go to post.php. After this if statement, we are going to retrieve our post. So let's uncomment this code. We will say post equals getPost. We will pass in ID, and then we will display that post in the browser. So if we go back and refresh the page, we see that this is the post for our first post. And I did that way too many times. So let's go back to index, and we will click on this as the second post. And here we see the page for the second post. But what if somebody tries to retrieve a post with an ID of 45? Well, we don't have a post with an ID of 45, and all they see is a blank page. We need to say that, hey, this is not here. So what we could do is after we try to get our post, we can see if we have an actual post. If post is equal to null, well, then we don't have a post with that ID. So we can once again say die. We can say that not found. We could be a little bit more descriptive and say that that blog post is not found. Or, well, there's a few other things that we could do, but this is going to be just fine. So if we go back, we can refresh the page, and voila, we see that that is not found. So our little web application is becoming a bit more dynamic. We are now taking input from the user and doing something with that input. But we can take it even a step further and start editing our posts through our web application. And we will start implementing that in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, we looked at a few concepts. We passed data to another file and validated that data so that we knew that we were working with something that would make sense, at least as far as working with our posts are concerned. And then we used that data to read the database and then display the data. Now, in this lesson, we're going to take it a step further and edit or update the data that we have within the database. So I went ahead and created a file for that. Now we are going to finish this file. Right now it's just a form. So the file is edit.php. The form is going to post to the same file. And then we have two fields, one for the title and the other is for the post. And then we have a submit button. Now each one of these form controls, both of the fields and the submit button, have names. And it's important that the submit button has a name, as you will see here in a few moments. But let's add a link to this file, and we can do so in a variety of different places. But let's do it inside of post.php so that we will visit this page and then there will be a link prompting us to edit this post. And we could do that right here with our title. So let's add an A element. We're going to go to edit.php and we're going to kind of do the same thing. We're going to use the query string to pass the ID to the edit file. That way we know what file or what post we are going to be editing. So we're just going to output ID, and our text for this link is going to be just simply edit post. So if we go and look at this in the browser, we can refresh this page. There's an edit post. If we click on this, we are taken to the form. Now the form itself is not pretty at all, actually. We could use Bootstrap to make it a little cleaner, but we're just going to keep this simple. Now, when it comes to our edit page, we essentially want to do the same thing that we did inside of our post.php file. Because we have the ID in the query string, we need to validate it. We need to retrieve the post so that we can then populate our form with the post information. So really, we can reuse all of this code. So I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to create a new file. And since this is all stuff for GET requests, I'm going to call this getHelpers.php, and then I'm just going to paste it in. And then we can include this inside of our post.php file. So getHelpers, and then inside of our edit page, we will want to do the same thing there as well, because we need all of that. So just copy and paste, and we should be good to go. But just to make sure that everything is working still, yes, this is working, and we haven't really done anything with edit.php yet, so everything there is working. But now, with a GET request, we have our post information, so we can go ahead and start populating our form. So for our title field, we're going to add the value attribute, and we are going to use our post object and the title property. And we will do the same thing for our content. So let's just copy and paste this, change title to content, and there we go. Now, when it comes to sending a post request, we also need to know what post that we are updating. Now, yes, we could rely upon the URL for that, and some people would do that, but me personally, I don't like to do that because that is part of a GET request. Anything with a query string is typically a GET request. Whenever you send a post request, the post request should have everything there that we need. So what we're going to do is add another field to our form, but this is going to be a hidden field, and it's going to contain our ID. So the type is going to be hidden, and the value is going to be our ID. So let's just paste in what we already have, change that to ID, and we also need a name here. So this is going to be post ID, and there we will have everything that we need whenever we make a post request. Now, when it comes to our edit.php file, we are essentially doing two things. We are handling a GET request. A GET request is going to display our form. A POST request is going to take the information from the form and then update the database. So we need to know how to determine what type of request is being handled. And we can do that with the name of our submit button. If the form is being posted, then the edit submit field will be in our post collection. So we can do something like this. We'll add an if statement. We're going to use the isSet function. This returns true or false based upon if a variable is set. And in this case, we're going to check our post collection. If it has our submit button, then it is a post request. If it doesn't, then it is a GET request. And then for a GET request, we can just include our GET helpers. So that was nice and easy. However, when it comes to our post request, we need to do quite a few things. We need to take the information that is provided by the user and validate it. Because remember from the previous lesson, we should never, ever trust the data coming from the user. So let's do this. We're going to say post ID, and we are essentially going to do what we did in the previous lesson with the filter var function. So let's just copy that. We will paste it in here, and we will use our post collection, and we want the post ID. And we will want to do the same type of checks. If it is invalid, or if it is less than 1, then we have an invalid ID. So let's just go ahead and copy that code as well. Now, when it comes to the title and the content, the filter var is still going to be okay, but instead we're going to use a function called strip tags, which is going to strip out all of the HTML. Now, that could pose a problem for our content because we might want HTML in our content. But doing that correctly, well, it's not as easy as you might think it would be. So in order to do things like that, you need to rely upon code that other people have written. And we aren't going to. We are just going to take it the easy way out. So we are going to call strip underscore tags. We will get our post information. So we're going to use our post collection. This is for the title. And then we will do the same thing for our content. So both of these are going to be just ordinary text. Now, this also poses a problem because if we just blindly use these values in our SQL statement, well, we could have some issues there. So let's do something like this. We could say update, and whenever you update a table, you say update and then the table, and then you specify what you are updating. You are going to set a column to a value. So in our case, we're going to set our title to our post title. Although that's not good enough, we do have to surround our post title with quotes because that is a string. And we are also setting content equal to our post content. And then we have a condition where the ID is equal to ID. Now, since ID is numeric, we don't have to use our quotes there. Now, the problem here is that a malicious person could go to our form and they could type in actual SQL in the form. That would be submitted. And if we are directly using that value inside of our SQL statement, well, they could have crafted their data in such a way that it could cause some harm. That's called a SQL injection attack. So instead, what we will end up doing is using parameters or placeholders. So we're going to use a question mark here. So we're going to say title equals question mark, content equals question mark. And then we're going to create what's called a prepared statement, which will allow us to bind values to where these question marks are. So we need to create our database now. So let's say var db equals, and then I believe that was called create db or get db. I don't remember. I think it's get db. We'll find out soon enough. And we will use our db object to create our statement. So we will say statement equals db, and the method that we want to call is called prepare. We will pass in our SQL statement, and then we want to bind our values to those question marks. And we do that with our statement. This has a method called bind param, and the first thing that we pass to this method is the type of data that we are binding. So we have a title, which is a string, so we just use S for string, but we include all of the variables or the values that we are binding. So we have a string for title and a string for content, so it ends up being SS. And then we pass in our values. So we have post title and then post content. Now, you might be thinking, why are we not doing that for ID? Well, by the time we get to line 15, we know that ID is a numeric value. We have used filter var, which returns either an integer or a Boolean value, but we've already checked to see if that was false. We've also checked to see if it is less than 1, and if it is, then we are never ever going to get to line 15. But with saying that, it's always a good idea to just use these parameters. It's safer. You don't have to worry about, well, did I validate this all the way? You just don't have to worry about that. So in our case, we are going to use a question mark for ID as well. And whenever we bind our parameters, which is what these question marks are, we are going to have a string, and then an integer. And our integer is, of course, going to be our post ID. Now, after we have prepared our SQL statement and we have bound the parameters to their values, then we execute our statement, and we just call the execute method. And once that's done, we need to redirect back to some place. We don't want to just reload the form. Instead, we want to either redirect back to the post page for displaying the individual post, or to redirect back to index. Now, unfortunately, there is not an easy way to just say redirect to here. What we end up doing is setting the location header. So we're going to call the header function. We will say location and then the location, which is going to be, well, whatever it is. So let's say location is going to be post.php with an ID equal to post ID. Now, one very important thing about header. You cannot really use header if there has been something already sent to the browser. So this includes a doc type, this includes any HTML. So you can only use header before anything is sent to the browser, which in this case it is. So we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so the moment of truth. Let's refresh this page, which is a GET request. And we see that our form has been populated. This is the first post, and then this is the content. Let's change this so that it says this is the content for the first post. Cross your fingers. We will click on Edit Post, and we are redirected back to post.php with an ID of 2. We see that this is the content for the first post. So everything worked like it did before. Let's go ahead and go to the second post, and we will edit that post. And we will say that this is the edited content of the second post. There we can see that that was updated. And so we are now able to edit our posts. In the next lesson, we're going to finish up our course. One of the things that we haven't done is include any of the author information. So far, we've just displayed our post information, and we want to bring in the author information so that our viewers can see who authored what post. So we will do that. We will also add the ability to delete a post. If you'll remember from whenever we first started talking about SQL and relational databases, I said that many developers don't like SQL and or relational databases. And we're going to kind of see why in this lesson. Because with a relational database, our data is kept separate from one another. Like, for example, we have our posts table and we have our users table. These are two completely separate things. And logically, we would think that this information would be combined so that whenever we retrieved our post information, the author information would be just right there with it so that it would be there, ready for us to use. And vice versa. If we retrieve the user information, the post information would be there as well. But with a relational database, that's not the case. We have to do what's called a join in order to get all of the information that we want. And in this case, we are going to be able to retrieve all of the information with one query. But sometimes you can't do that, especially when you have many, many tables, many relationships, and especially if you want something a little weird as far as the end result is concerned. And you would be surprised at how often that would be. But the goal is to get your data in as few queries as possible, because any time that you send a query to the database, that's going to take extra time. So of course, the less queries you issue, the quicker you're going to have your data and display that to the user. So we're going to start by taking our query that we used inside of getPost, and we're going to store this within a variable because we're going to format this so that it will be a little bit easier to read. So I'm just going to say SQL equals and then our SQL statement. Then I will pass SQL to the query method. Okay, so the first thing is we want to select all from posts. We aren't going to change anything there, at least right now. So let's put this on a single line, and then we will put the rest on another. So there is our where clause, and let's just use double quotes here so that we can include the ID without having to concatenate, and we're still going to end up with the same results right now. However, whenever we pull in the user information, we're going to use what's called a join, and there are several different types of joins with a SQL database. One of those is called inner join. Now there's a left join and a right join, and I'm not going to explain what all of these joins are because frankly it gets a little confusing. But an inner join is what we want to use here. Basically, it's going to match up and only match up the posts where the author ID equals the users with an ID. So when user's ID is 1 and post's author ID is 1, then that is going to be a join. And an inner join is usually the join that you use within your applications, although sometimes you would want to use a left or a right join, and I'm getting into that, and I'm not going to get into that. Okay, so we are saying that we are selecting everything from posts, but we want to join in the users table. So we're going to say inner join users. That's the table that we want to join. And we have to specify what we are going to join on. In this case, we're going to join on the post's author ID is equal to the user's ID. Now, why am I using the table name and then a dot and then the column name? Well, with posts, we don't really need to do that. But if we look at our two tables, we have a posts table that has an ID column, and then we have a users table that has an ID column. So you could say that there is a collision as far as the names are concerned with our column names, and that's common. So don't worry about that. Yes, we could avoid the collision by using a unique ID name for those columns, but this is a common thing. This is why this type of syntax exists. So basically we're saying users.id because we want to specify that we are using the ID column on the users table. In fact, if we left the users off, well, the MySQL database is going to say, well, I'm not going to do this. I have no idea what you mean by ID. Posts and users have ID. So we have to specify users here. Now, we don't have to specify posts for the author ID because author ID is specific to the posts table. There is no naming collision there. But this is just a habit of mine. If I'm being explicit here for the ID column, I also want to be explicit here. But that's just my preference. If you wanted to leave off posts dot in front of author ID, that would be fine. Now, we also have to do the same thing down here, where we say ID equals to our ID parameter to the method. Because once again, MySQL doesn't know what ID column we are referring to. So this is for displaying a post. We are going to say posts.id. And now if we go to the browser, we will refresh and we aren't going to see anything different because we didn't use the author information here. But at least we're not getting an error. So that's a good sign. Let's go to post.php and let's do a var dump on our post variable, because we're going to see something a little interesting. So let's change, well, no, let's not do this. We're just going to refresh this page. And here we see the dump of our posts variable. So we start with ID, and then we have the value, 1. We have title, and then we have the value. This is the second post. We have the content, and then the value here. This is the edited content of the second post. Hooray, blah, 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 blah. Now, what I want to point your attention to is this ID. This is the ID property on our post object, and it is set to 1. Now, this would logically be set to 2 because we are displaying the information for the post with an ID of 2. However, since we had this naming collision, and because we said select all of the records, well, we have essentially lost the post's ID field, at least as far as our post object is concerned. So this is okay in this case, but if we wanted to use the ID property and refer to the post's ID column, we couldn't do that here because ID, or at least the ID property, and I'm kind of confusing myself, but this is what I mean. The ID property, this is referring to the ID of the user and not the post. So what we can do is we can be a little bit more explicit in what we are selecting. So instead of just selecting everything, because this is going to select both everything from the posts table and the users table, we'll say that we want to select everything from the posts table, but from the users table, we just want first name and last name, and that's it. If we wanted their email address, we could also do that as well. Now, we could come in here and we can say users dot last name and users dot first name if you wanted to do that, but in this case, I'm not going to. Which is interesting considering that I was explicit here for the author ID. But this is then going to filter down all of the information that we have within our object, so that now the ID property is going to refer to our post ID and not the user ID. And that's what we want. So now we just need to output that information. And we're going to do this underneath our title. Let's use an H4 element, and let's do this. We will say that we want our post, and then first underscore name, and then post last name. So that will give us the author's name. If we refresh the page, we now see all of that information, but let's get rid of the dump on our post variable, and now we have what we would expect. Well, now let's add the ability to delete a post. And let me first of all say that our implementation here is not very secure because anybody is going to be able to delete anything. But really everything that we have done thus far, except for reading the data, would be hidden behind some administration panel. So there would be user authentication and authorization, and that is a whole nother ball of wax. So in this case, we're just going to take the easy way and say that everybody's an administrator. So what I'm doing is adding a delete link right after the edit, and we are essentially going to do what we did with edit except without any of the form information. So we are going to pass the ID to this delete file, which let's go ahead and create delete.php, and we need the includes for the database and the get helpers. So let's just copy that and paste it. But we need a function for deleting a post. So let's go to database.php and we'll say function delete post. We will accept the ID and we want to have our database objects. So we will call the getDB function. And then we will just simply say db query, and our query is going to be rather simple. Just like everything else, it's very easy to delete with SQL. So we say delete from posts where ID is equal to ID, and I should have stuck with the double quotes there. So that's it. There's no asking, do you really want to delete this? It's just going to, hey, delete this, and we are done. So let's go to the delete PHP file. We are going to call the delete post and pass in the ID, and then we want to redirect. So let's open up the edit file. Let's copy our call to header. And in this case, we are just going to go to localhost, and we don't need anything else there. So this should work. If we go back to the browser and refresh the page, we will have a delete post link. Let's click it, and there we go. We have just deleted a post. We can see that it doesn't exist there, and if we looked at the database, we would see that that record is gone as well. So with a relational database, when you want to select data from multiple tables, you use what's called a join. Inner joins are fairly simple and straightforward. The other joins, not so much. But don't worry about those other joins until you have some experience and you feel confident with SQL. Because frankly, you're not going to need them with your initial applications. When you start building more complex things that do more than just CRUD, then you might see yourself needing and using the other joins. Before I leave you, here are a few things that I hope you take away from this course. First, I hope you have a better understanding of how the web works in general. In the first few lessons, you learned about networks, DNS, HTTP, and the web server. Now, you won't use all of that information all of the time. In fact, you won't even have to worry much about IP addresses or DNS unless if you are responsible for setting them up, but you at least have an idea of how they work. Second, I want to emphasize the relationship between the technologies that we use to create web pages. We use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to build interactive web pages that engage our users. We use HTML to add structure to our documents because without it, we'd have just a jumbled mess of text. We rely upon CSS to apply style to our documents, and we can even use it to change the layout of our page without modifying any of our markup. And then of course, there's JavaScript, and with it we can add behavior to our pages. We can manipulate elements and change the style applied to them, as well as respond to users' actions with events. And then finally, there's PHP. And with it, you now know how to write code that executes on the server. You know how to accept user input, store it in a database, and retrieve that data in order to display it in the browser. That's a rather long-winded way of saying that you are well on your way to becoming a web developer. Thank you so much for watching this course. Please feel free to contact me through Twitter or the Tuts Plus forums if you have any questions. From all of us here at Tuts Plus, thank you, and I will see you next time.